makes me stronger.
잠깐만요. 나온 것 같아가지고. 갑담 6주년 축하해. KT 화이팅!
쇼메이커 화이팅! 디플러스기아 화이팅!
디플러스기아 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. It is time for a tiebreaker. This is a bonus round here at the LCK. We would otherwise not be here for this Wednesday's games. Instead, DK and KT had a treat for us. After 2-0ing one another throughout the regular season, they have brought us to a standstill. We'll have to see who's going to be the legend and who's going to be Rise.
This is the best timeline. I think we
It
can all
is.
agree. We're all hoping it would come down to this tiebreaker because there's a lot of situations where we wouldn't have got this and it would have just been decided before this. And it comes down to both these teams going down to see who will be rising. Well, actually, they'll be going down to rise. And who will be legending.
Yeah, they don't quite work, do they, as far as the adjectives to be used? They are indeed nouns, so it makes it somewhat difficult. Let's have a look at the standings and see what we're fighting for here. As you can see, 5th place, neck and neck between DK and KT. Both of these teams have had a similar aura throughout this season, you know, where on any given day, they could do anything. And I don't know what's going to happen here today, because we're going to have a look at the tiebreaker rules here. Basically, they're on the same score. The head-to-head is exactly the same as well. And so therefore, we're going to be playing this best of 3 to decide who is going to be making it to the Legend Group.
And D+ side selection as they have faster game win time by about 5 minutes, 2 seconds off on the dot. So we'll give them a little bit of an edge going into this, which is important.
And it's interesting because side selection is what they're fighting for when it comes to Road to MSI as well. Because if whoever wins here will also get side selection in that first best of 5 that is going to be happening on Saturday.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. So we will be getting this match and then a rematch in the Road to MSI. So these two teams, a lot on the line in both of these matchups that we'll be seeing.
And also, I feel like you'll do emotional damage with a victory here going into that next best of 5 at the same time with that added slight advantage of an extra blue side game. It's kind of crazy. So, a lot in it here. And I can't wait to see what it's going to mean for both KT and DK, and also the result of this match, what people actually think about it. Because I feel like the only outcome is that people will say that the team that lost choked. I just feel like that's the only way people are going to walk away from this series, no matter who wins or who loses. It's kind of crazy. And Showmaker's got a good record against BDD. I didn't know it was this one-sided.
I feel like no matter what outcome happens, they'll just say, well, this is just team name. You know, if KT loses, I'll say this is just KT.
Yeah. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It works for both sides. It's always applicable.
Yeah. And I think this is actually a really important matchup between these two. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether Showmaker can step back up again, because honestly, BDD has looked absolutely amazing. Let's have a look at some predictions here. I'm expecting clear 50-50. Oh, so far, Jonas Strong going for KT. Somewhat worrying. I think there's going to be more KT after that.
But Jonas Strong,
you can see on our side, a little bit more DK. Is it perfectly split? No, it's not. It's a little bit skewed towards KT.
It also couldn't be perfectly because it's not number.
All right, true. So there's one extra for KT.
Yeah. So as close as we could get to perfectly split, the only 2-0 is Jonas Strong. That does worry me a little bit.
That is a Jonas Strong prediction.
It absolutely is.
I find it kind of weird as well. The fact that there's only 1-2-0 and both of their best of threes between one another were 2-0s.
Yeah. But I just feel like, I feel it in my bones.
Yeah.
The distance.
And also, like, I think you put down 2-1 to say this is going to be close.
Yeah.
And you can see the fans on the side of KT as well. I think that that is only bad for KT fans. I actually kind of thought that as far as the fan prediction was concerned, whoever's winning the fan prediction is probably going to lose the series.
Yeah, and KT also, even though it was close, they have the edge in the predictions, so that's worrying. I also think the 2-1 is kind of like, you know, I think it's his team, but I'm not fully confident.
Yeah, exactly.
Jonas Strong's always confident, so, you know, that's why he went 2-0.
Yeah. And also, I think it makes some sense here as well, as I am so ready to get into this one. Player walkouts now. Shu and Perfect going to be leading the charge here. I think that there's going to be a lot of inspecting the faces to see. Oh, a wry smirk on Docdom's face as LOL Park erupts to welcome these two teams.
And I think ultimately, KT had that super long win streak with super impressive form, even having a good series against Gen G, which they did end up losing. I think if they can maintain that level of form, I think players like Cuz, BDD, and Peter have really been the driving forces for this roster. Looking to see them really show up. I think for D+, their form has been a bit more middling. I think in particular, Beryl and Showmaker have had underwhelming performances.
I would agree.
But even players like Shiwu and Lucid, who were kind of their stars earlier in the season, haven't been showing up as much as we've seen previously. And Aiming has had a pretty subdued season so far, especially compared to previous years where he was a lot more of a pop-off performer.
Well, let's have a look at some of these stats here. Our key player matchup in statistical form here, as you can see. Kill participation first in the league here for BDD as far as mid laners are concerned, and at 15%, 15 minutes as well is sitting on the same number. Showmaker not too far behind, but I would say that BDD, especially in round 2, has looked a lot better. But I think we all know that at any moment, Showmaker and Beryl can just show up and say, we got to win.
That's the scary thing. I mean, I feel like the scary thing with D+ is we've seen this year in the LCK Cup what this team is capable of.
Yeah.
You know, the level of this team can be extremely high. And the player who I'd say has underperformed the most is also the player who is a 2-time world champion on 2 different teams.
Yeah.
Which is Beryl. So, you know, it's this roster where we know they can absolutely peak, and it is scary for KT fans, because KT as an organization who can always just...
We tend to know what happens when KT peaks, you know, and it is generally a catastrophic fall.
Yeah.
Is how it kind of goes. And I'd probably include the loss against Gen G as part of the uprising of KT. I don't think that we've started going down yet, even though that was a loss. They handed Gen G a game loss, and that is actually a huge deal given they just concluded a perfect season.
Yeah, I mean, KT, is this the moment? Is the road to MSI qualifier, is that going to be the moment? You know? We know the moment's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Just when is it?
Yeah, and I said it last time around when we were preparing for this tiebreaker in their match against DRX. That wasn't the time for KT to disappoint us.
No.
That wasn't the moment. They went through that series. They looked absolutely outstanding. This is the moment where it could all come crashing down. And I think history has told us that if it does happen, we shouldn't be surprised. However, I have no idea, one way or the other. I think KT look pretty good at the moment, and DK look like they've been struggling. Let's dive into the draft and see whether that means anything at all as we get into this series. DK on blue side going to be important as the Yone going to be taken away from BDD. But there are a lot of things to bear in mind, and I think that the Taliyah situation is going to be a big deal between these two, because I think BDD has been outperforming Showmaker on that particular pick quite considerably.
Yep, I would say so for sure. I think it's really been it's been a great pick for everyone, but in particular BDD has had such a massive impact on it. I think Cuz as well in the jungle, you know, Lucid earlier in the season was having some really standout performances, but Cuz has just been absolutely on fire. Round 2 Cuz has, I would argue, been the best performing jungler, which is crazy to say, but he has been on fire. So Trundle going to see a ban from D+. Zinzao going to get banned in response. Rumble taken out of the equation as well.
Very
denied from Perfect, which is a pick he does tend to lean towards.
He's been pretty good on it, but I think Shiu probably wouldn't mind that matchup. The Trundle being banned away means that I can't help but think it's going to be a Sion first pick, which is worrying. I don't know about Perfect's ability to, oh, well, now it's definitely looking like a Sion angle, but Taliyah left up and available, and that is what Showmaker is going to be considering, at least to start us off. I was wondering about the whole Nidalee top fiasco scenario, but I don't know whether Perfect is going to be one of those players. I wouldn't put it past Shiu, though, to try his hand at that champion.
Yeah, so they are going to lock in Taliyah, which I think is the right call, denying it away from BDD, securing that also means Azir priority drops down. I think though KT could just go like Wukong Ahri. They could secure those. I don't think you need to take the Ahri right now, but that's a sort of combination that's worked pretty well into the Taliyah.
Yep.
You could even go rotation like Sion Wukong right now. Would feel pretty good in this situation. You could also go Sion Pantheon if you're a little worried about Pantheon Taliyah being something you're going into. But I think going Sion jungle here makes a lot of sense. If you want to keep your cards a little close to your chest, though, you could just go like Sion Ahri. We've seen Ahri be like the go-to pick into the Taliyah in general, able to kind of play the matchup pretty well, and has enough mobility just to kind of ult around to unravel the earth quite comfortably.
See what Cuz decides he wants to do here. As we're hovering over BDD, maybe considering the fact that he could be locking in his pick, but instead the Wukong going to be taken away. And you mentioned the Pantheon, I think that should be coming in here for Lucid. He has shown great prowess on the champion, but I think that Wukong and Pantheon, oh, never mind, it might be the Poppy. But Wukong and Pantheon have been a little bit interchangeable as far as teammates for the Taliyah.
Yep, I think the combination really strong with that point and click, but yeah, I think Taliyah Wukong strong, but Taliyah Pantheon, definitely a really powerful combo. They will go for the Poppy though. A lot of ability to disengage when a Wukong does dive in. There is some outplay potential if you can use the Warrior Trickster effectively, but still not the easiest to play into, and just limit options with some of the rest of the team composition for KT.
He's doing it again. Fourth time's the charm here for DK, perhaps, as the Alawi being hovered for way longer than it was last time. And I don't know whether to be worried or excited. Less excited about this, to be perfectly honest. Cho'Gath, of course, pretty good at being an anti-tank. Ambassa is just a late-game menace.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pick for Shiwu. Definitely not a pick we've seen have too much success, especially with the nerfs that have come in, but one that Shiwu has a lot of confidence in. They opt not to go for the Ahri, which pairs really well with the Wukong. Maybe thinking that, despite that combo being strong, a lot of anti-dive tools from D+, instead going for that Rise.
Yeah. The anti-dash as well, and the fact that Rise gets around it by proccing Phase Rush and just running almost as fast as a dash is kind of the way to mitigate some of the issues. Dr. I'm going to be a little bit more worried about this Poppy Taliyah combination, as he's not going to be dashing around. He's just going to try and tell Aiming that he's not allowed to dash around either.
Yep. Interesting they banned the Rakan. Like, to me, Rakan Wukong is really strong. It's a really popular combination. But I think Rakan is borderline unplayable into Taliyah Poppy. Yeah. Like, that is nightmare fuel, that matchup. So I think that's
could just play it himself, right?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a throwaway ban, personally. And to me, I feel like blue side, the really popular bans in the second rotation are Senna Alistair at the moment. And now one of them is going to be left available, so we'll see what they opt to take away in this situation.
And Dr. really wants to get his hands on Ezreal, is what it feels like to me as well.
Ezreal will be really good here as well, so we'll see what they actually look towards in this situation.
Man, there's a lot of things I think the 5th ban Senna has been so incredibly popular, and that is going to come through again. But now Alistar up, Ezreal up. There's a lot of things here for KT to pick. Beryl getting Alistar like B5 is a possibility here, though, with how important getting your hands on an Ezreal is going to be. Yeah.
I think you have options in this situation. I think it depends whether you want to prioritize your AD carry here, or if you do want to secure that Alistar. Looks like they are going to prioritize AD carry. Ezreal obviously super comfortable into this Talia and Poppy, and if you end up going the Alistar, a bit of a harder time dealing with an Ezreal compared to other AD carry picks. And you also have that kind of pick for support, giving you a lot of comfort.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, KT pretty comfortable with how things have panned out.
There's also the fact that Aiming can go for this matchup that we've seen that he likes quite a lot, and they can flex the Poppy into support if that's something that they'd want to do as well.
Yep, Kai'Sa Poppy was super popular earlier in the season, so they do have that option. Looks like they're going to go for the Kai'Sa Neeko, though. I think it makes sense, because if you do go something like Kai'Sa Nord, Kai'Sa Alistar, a lot more opportunity to be punished in the lane matchup. Kai'Sa Neeko a bit harder to punish in the 2v2.
And do you sacrifice the lane and just lock in Alistar here?
I think you could, honestly. I think you can still play the lane out pretty comfortably, and you get so much value by going that Alistar later in the game. I think it's still worth it. The lane's not that unplayable. Like, yes, you're going to lose a little bit of prio into the Neeko, but I think it just gives you so much power in the team fights, having like this Sion, Wukong, Alistar frontline. I think you take that trade.
And I think KT have come out of a red side better than a whole lot of other teams that have been playing throughout the last week or two, to be perfectly honest. I think we've been criticizing red side teams here in the LCK quite a lot, and for good reason, with the fact that they haven't been able to capitalize on counterpick and things like this quite as much as they have in past metas. But this is looking like a pretty comfy draft for KT. They have the tools required. Ezreal and Ryze able to shrug off the anti-dash that has been set up here by DK. DK, a lot of dive tools, a lot of ways to control the battlefield, things like that as well. But can they deal with this Sion? That's my question.
Yeah, I honestly think that KT pretty happy with how things have panned out. I think they should be pretty comfortable with how the draft has gone. And it's going to take a lot of time before they can burn through this Sion. And I think the later the game goes, the more comfortable KT are going to feel. So, yeah, considering D+ had the side selection advantage, this is a strong start for the game one.
It absolutely is. Maybe they're going to be staying on blue side, moving to game number 2 as well. Maybe that guarantees that we're going to be getting that 3-game series that so many of us have wanted. As some synergy, actually, between the Poppy, Kai'Sa, and Ambessa. I actually kind of like that, the vibes that they have going on at the moment. There's the KT roster that we did see. Interesting, interesting. Let's have a look at how it's going to go as we jump into the Rift for game 1 of this tiebreaker. Okay, there's a few more KT fans in the building. That is a very, very loud cheer. Hopefully no one is getting overly enthusiastic about their feelings towards this series, because already KT have a pretty nice draft, and that's sometimes boded well for KT. Sometimes it's bit them in the behind.
Yeah.
Because right now, it's all looking pretty good for KT.
Yeah.
How anxious are you? I'm pretty anxious, personally.
I still think, you know, it's still that's set up a little bit for D+. It's still playable for D+, right?
Oh yeah.
Let's still wait. Let's downplay.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
I'm ready to talk about it.
Yeah.
What are DK trying to do in this game?
Well, I think the thing is, D+ have great ability to lead into the side lanes, right? They have Talia, who obviously, you know, you can get prior, you can lean towards the sides with that Weaver's Wall, and also Poppy, even though Sion can sometimes be trickier to dive with the fact that he has the passive, the fact that he has a shield in the Q. You know, Poppy is so good at diving side lanes. You're going to have prior on the bot lane with the Neeko into the Alistar. If you find a opportunity just to slam into the wall, easy to set up a play on the back of that.
All right, I like it. I'm feeling better about DK's chances, which means that we feel better about this being a more competitive series. Showmaker going to hit level 2 first, and currently doing okay. And I did talk about the fact that we feel like BDD has been doing better on this Talia than Showmaker in past weeks. Showmaker's last performance on this champion was fantastic.
Yep.
So ramping up towards this tiebreaker could be something worth mentioning. We'll see whether Showmaker is going to have another pop-off performance, because a lot of people have been pretty critical of this guy. As you mentioned, you were talking about the 2-time world champ. The 1-time world champ is also one that people have been pretty critical of.
Yeah, BDD 7-0 on Rise, though, so far this season.
Oh, man, we were talking about Vikla trying to hold on to his perfect record. BDD's had it the whole time.
Yeah, he's kept it going, and he's hoping to continue that now. No surprise, though, we can see Barrel and Aiming shoving in here. Now Lucid looking to challenge.
I feel like that Nico went a lot further than it otherwise should.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. A little bit of a helicopter there as Lucid is going to come on over. Full vision of Cuz, as he is just going to be taking his grump from the comfort of this brush. I think pretty aware of the fact that there was a ward in there. As On Vision is going to sneak away. That was a little bit cute, but not really going to get too much out of it.
So it does mean we will see that blue buff stolen away, but not too much of consequence is going to actually happen here. We'll get a reset coming out from Cuz, and maybe going to try and get towards the other side of the map and get the scuttle. We'll notice that Lucid hasn't actually done his blue side jungle yet, so if he can move over, take the scuttle, and shut out Cuz, does have an opportunity to get ahead. You can see Cuz kind of realizing what's happening. Doesn't really have anything to do now on the map for the time being. Yeah,
not unless he does try to contest, but he's not going to be contesting for this particular Rift Scuttler. And they see him on Vision as well. Perfect with a nice little knock-up onto Shiu, but so far, a little bit of a Lucid masterclass as far as the jungle is concerned. Double Scuttle 3 buff is certainly not fantastic, as we do have Cuz just searching for a Raptor camp that he could possibly get his hands on. And oh dear, there's the flash slam, and Beryl going to hold him in position. That's first blood, and it goes over to Showmaker, who actually flashed for it as well, just to guarantee that they have that extra money in the mid lane.
And you can see how so much of this has been about denying from Cuz.
Yeah.
And how instead of, again, Lucid just clearing through his camps, he's like, no, I know what Cuz is going to do. He has nothing else to do on the map. He's going to come for these Raptors. We're going to set up a trap.
Forced his hand, is what it feels like. There's now a phase rush. Proc there by BDD gets out of the way of Beryl. But so far here on this top side, things not really doing too much of anything at all. So KT not the best start, as we can see. And if this snowball starts a-rolling, could be rough times as Doctorm heads up towards his top side, and Shiu's in a lot of trouble. Perfect, trying to get after him here as the flashes are available for both of these top laners. Shiu going to hold on to his and get himself out. No one burning any summoners, but at least, you know, Shiu a little bit scared of KT, I guess, as a result of that one. And there are gold leads across the board here for DK. I don't know who it was. Someone may have gotten E-word about this series. Might have been something. There's a nice little knock up there for Perfect as he teleports towards the bottom side. And everything's kind of chilling. You were right there, Ox. You were doing a little bit of dying before.
I am doing a little bit of dying.
I thought we should probably just be honest about it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just started coughing, and then I started sneezing, and then I started coughing and sneezing, and then sneezing and coughing.
Oh,
and
no, not sneezing.
Maybe I got too excited. Maybe that's my problem, okay? I'm not sure.
As long as you're taking the excitement away from KT, that's probably better for the evening out of the broadcast.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would be okay with it.
It's just overwhelming, you know? So
I can understand.
So caught up in the emotion of the moment.
You might make me sneeze as well. Is sneezing kind of like yawning, where it's like contagious? Or is it only contagious because of the fact that you can catch a cold off other people? All right, Peter going to find a headbutt pulverize here onto Shiu, who's continuing to have a little bit of trouble here on this top side of the map. But just trying to stay in experience range as best he can. And Perfect doing a little bit better as far as that is concerned. 700 gold in it, but Dragon going to be taken here by DK. And we have about a minute on the clock before the grubs do spawn. BDD and Peter over here towards the top side. And yeah, Perfect not really going to be too bothered about much of anything. He gets on top of Doctorm. This could be a little dangerous as he does use the barrier. Manages to weave that particular Mystic Shot quite nicely. But no True Shot Barrage, and Shiu going to be absolutely fine. Okay. I'm just going to continue talking here, ladies and gentlemen. We do have Orc sorting himself out. He is going to be okay, all right? He's going to be okay. Clearing his throat, getting ready.
Okay, I think I'm okay for now. But
all right?
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
Just say something like timeout real quick, and then I can hop in.
Yeah.
We'll just make sure that we stay honest, because I don't want people to, get the wrong idea, like I'm just hogging the mic or something like that. I would never do something like that, guys.
Yeah, I mean, if we hadn't said it, it would have been really funny if people just thought, wow.
Wow, Atlas just won't let him talk.
Yeah, just, I thought this was the double A broadcast, not the single A broadcast.
Yeah, no, this is just a broadcast.
Yeah, which, there's a lot of A broadcasts, but
yeah. All right, Realm going to come in here as Beryl, I think, may have got out. Aiming does use the Killer Instinct to create some distance, and Cuz can't lock him down for long enough. Really nicely played here by DK. The split-second decision-making to make Beryl get out. Aiming led them in the wrong direction and then has the Killer Instinct in order to escape. Beautifully done. DK going to use this in order to try and get themselves some grubs, but KT not wanting to give this one up. Peter at level 5. Not going to be too scary on this cow, but do manage to get one of the smites, and Lucid might even be able to get more here as Cuz is moving over. Showmaker avoids one of the Qs here from BDD as they get Lucid and Beryl out of the area, and it looks like KT will be able to slurp up the remaining grubs that are left.
Yep. Looking a little bit cautious about this one though. Cuz doesn't have a smite available yet. Looks like they're trying to wait for the cooldown. Yeah. Beryl has so much aura right now, just zoning them off.
Yeah,
they will force them away.
Yeah, gave Lucid and Showmaker time to come over here, and Lucid will be able to... Oh, almost. 1
HP for a second there.
Yeah, Dr. not able to get it with the Mystic Shot. I believe the little Void Mites were blocking it anyway.
You can see how hesitant KT were, especially a lot of those big ults on cooldown.
No. That's a -1.
Oh no.
Things are really going downhill for KT right now.
Yeah, the lack of Cyclone, the fact that Cuz is behind, they were very tentative with that play. In the end, they get the 1 grub, but the credit for the feature strength goes over to D+. Yep, they have those 2. They have the Mountain Dragon in pocket, so things going solid. The only real area where KT's got an advantage right now is in that top lane with Perfect with a pretty solid CS lead, which is nice, but it'll take a while really to cash in on that Sion's advantage.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I feel like KT, it is more of an investment composition, right? DK with a little bit more power early. And KT probably waiting for a couple of items on their Ezreal. Maybe, the 2 big ones for BDD as well, in the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages. And then they're going to be ready to fight around this big Sion. Can be that front line. They don't have a massive amount of range, but I don't think it's too much of an issue here outside of Showmaker, perhaps. And even then, Dr. will be able to match that quite nicely. So a little bit more just wait and see here for KT. All right, Dr. and Peter parking in the mid lane. And it looks like business as usual once again, but we will see.
Dragon in a minute, and already, I mean, you look at the minimap and look at the vision setup that D+ have in the river. Going to be difficult for KT really to contest this if they don't find a way to push in. And you see Cuz moving up towards the top side of the map to clear his grubs. They might just not even opt to contest this. If they're not already moving to start to clear out these wards, I'm not sure they're going to get a look in.
Yeah, OpeningTiles is now completed here for aiming as well. Heading towards item number 1, feeling pretty happy as DK about their position in this game. 1.3k, something like that, is going to be their advantage, but no feats of strength locked down, no first turret just yet, and KT just wanting to get to a pretty honest game of League of Legends as we move further forward. I'm really interested in how she is going to do on this Ambessa. I feel like Ambessa really has been a death sentence for so many of our teams.
Yeah. I mean, especially into a comp like this, I feel like you might just get blended the second you go in.
Yeah, right?
A lot of stuff that can just CC you, and then, she's one of these champions that kind of feels really hard to kill until she's held in place and then dies pretty quickly.
Yeah. That's kind of interesting. The public execution, but not for you, is kind of what we've been seeing for a lot of these Ambessa players. As Beryl pretending to be aiming for a moment. They know that that particular Kaiser is not aiming though, because he just used his supercharger.
It feels bad to give over a dragon here for KT. They have managed to regain some control of the area. But look at the items on KT and tell me you'd want to fight this.
Yeah, let's not.
Like, the Phage Sheen on both Wukong and Ezreal, the Catalyst tier on Ryze.
They're going to have a very good positional advantage if they want to take this. And you can see they're not even going to be starting it up. There's Beryl moving over. Doctorm trying to throw some abilities around as they do get vision control once again. And Perfect with teleport available is going to be very dangerous if he can actually get into the fight. And as you can see, KT actually starting to feel like maybe they have an angle. Aiming, catching the wave. This could be the opportunity, especially with Lucid on the Raptors. So it looks like DK are actually going to give this one up.
Yeah, not opting into the fight, not looking to contest them, which, honestly, I think KT getting this, kind of daylight robbery.
Yeah.
I think really happy with that. Okay, guys, in my defense,
yeah,
I was coughing, I was sneezing a lot, you know, hard to focus.
Yeah, there we go. And it's a, yeah, so that's the Chemtech, the situation that you're talking about there.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. I think that does make some sense. So, unfortunately, it's going to be a Chemtech soul, but I do think Chemtech isn't quite as bad as you'd otherwise think. There's a Poppy in the game. She absolutely loves Chemtech. And Sion as well. She's pretty psyched about it. So, no harm, no foul. And it's only ever the second one that we have issue with. Okay? So if there's a second Chemtech soul and we've got one best of 3 today, Orcs, then you've been distracted by the coughing that you've had.
Yep.
And actually, maybe the coughing is because I was playing Pokemon earlier and I was actually running a wheezing deck.
Oh my, so it's your fault.
It's probably my fault. That's my bad. There's a new Pokemon that came out that buffed poison damage. And it's pretty cool.
Well, it worked.
Yeah. Apparently it hit my co-caster. You really got to watch out for friendly fire when playing Pokemon card games, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we're going to take away from today. That and another member of the Legend group. And right now, it's looking like it is, you know, DK in a little bit of control, but are they in enough control?
I don't think look,
Sion moves towards immortality.
I'm going to be real. There is never going to be a point in this series
when we think any one team is going to win?
That any one team is ever in enough control, okay? There is always going to be some doubt. There is always going to be some question marks. In this game currently, I think it's been a good start for T+. I think some good proactive moves they made early. They did allow KT to equalize in terms of Drakens, but...
Oh, okay, so this is going to be the plan. We only ever talk about what has happened and what is happening. That is our rule right now. So we will do no predicting of what's going to happen in the future. Because right now, Peter, headbutt pole onto a clone. That is what happened. And aiming, diving forward here towards Doctorm as well. Does need to be a little careful, but does just walk his way out. Teleport towards the top lane for Showmaker. And Arakan still 5 minutes away. But we have a Rift Herald that we might be starting up as Lucid's going to move over. They sweep the pit. You can see KT in the area, in position. They get that ward over the wall. Everything looking kind of okay. You were talking about the items before with the very sad Sheen Phage situation. Now it's double Trinity Force, which is going to be a lot happier here for KT. Peter going to be attempting to back, but does just move on out of there. Showmaker clears up the wave. Perfect and Chiyu continuing to fight. So it's just business as usual right now towards this bottom side. Soul Furnace up there for Perfect. True Shot Barrage is going to spot that this is happening. And DK just going to be taking this one away. So that is going to be feats of strength of the objective department. Secured here by DK.
Good pickup from them, and still continuing to have some control. Some control. Is it enough? We don't know.
Nope.
But some level of control, definitely.
They have put their position in this game to be better than it was prior.
That is a safe statement. I'm glad we're sticking with the safe statement.
That's all we can do.
Game. That's all. That's the limit. That's the limit of what we're willing to do.
Yep.
In this situation.
It's DK and it's KT. We're at risk of cursing. It got to the point where we had to actually get rid of Chronicler. We sent him back to the Netherlands just for a week because he's been doubting the curses, hasn't been respecting them quite as much. There is the charge from Shelly. That's going to be able to take down the outer turret in the mid lane, and that's feats of strength going over to DK as a result. Very, very nicely done. So yes, just needed to make sure that we avoid the curses. So I hope you're doing okay there, Chronicler. I don't know what time it is in Europe. Do you know what time it is in Europe right now?
It is...
I guess you wouldn't know because you're from the UK.
It's 10:25. because I have on my phone, I have the UK time.
Oh yeah, but don't you need to translate? Ah, it's added out. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so that didn't. Fair enough. It all makes sense now. That's all right. Still early, but I imagine he's probably watching DK versus KT. So sign off in the chat, Chronicler.
Yep. I mean,
and
he's
remember,
he's sort of person to wake up early.
Curses are real. He is that kind of person.
He's that sort of guy.
I'm checking in. I didn't actually have the chat running though for the last little while, so if he was speaking, then I don't know. All right, hope he's there. Anyway, Lucid and Beryl now just trying to get some control around this third Drake of the game. 2 seconds until the Chemtech Dragon does land. And I'm feeling it. There's a team fight brewing. Surely. Lucid taking a little bit of damage here, but he's Poppy. Doesn't really care about it too much, as Cuz avoids the Void Seeker. Peter already with the Unbreakable Will, and DK just going to kite that one out. Now Cuz could be in trouble. Flash out of the way of the Pop Blossom as the Weaver's Wall comes through, but it's a little bit of a funky timing there as the Seismic Shove pulls perfect over the wall. True Shot Barrage doing so much damage on Lucid, just going to get taken out by KT. Now Peter flashing away, the Seismic Shove will be avoided. The Scion is extraordinarily low, but able to walk his way out, and the only kill to go over so far is that one onto Lucid. Shio able to get himself out as well, and holds on to the flash, and I think that might be enough here for KT.
Very scrappy fight there, and it looks like maybe Peter committed a little bit too much on the start of the fight, losing his Unbreakable Will, losing a lot of health, but in the end, the TP comes in for perfect, and he's just so damn tanky. Lucid ends up going down with the jungler gone. It ends up being KT coming out ahead. You see here, they try and pick Cuz, but the ult flash away, keeping him alive. And then Lucid, you know, they try to make the pick on a perfect here, but he's just so hard to cut through. Lucid takes so much damage in return, ends up going down here. Shiwu also, in comparison, like he's full HP. Look how low Perfect is in comparison to Shiwu. And yet Perfect can walk up and Shiwu can't.
Yeah.
In comparison.
It's a little bit of a shame when that is the case. The control of the Banana Brush. We've been talking about it quite a lot. Speaking of talking, might need to do some more here as Lucid trying to steal away these Raptors. He's not going to find too much joy. KT still playing defense. Close to a 2,000 gold lead remains for DK. Because, of course, they did manage to get that first turret. It was only 1 kill going over to KT. But KT having a Dragon lead with a composition like this is certainly a very scary thing. There's aiming, holding on to this mid lane. And we'll be able to get that one shoved through. So is it a situation where DK are kind of on the clock to make a move? Or do you think that they will be able to utilize this Kai'Sa to cut down the Scion later in the game and just divide and conquer with things like the Poppy ult?
I think it's...
All right, BDD going to be just flashing immediately. A lot of respect towards Lucid, and I think that is warranted as well.
I think it gets really hard late in the game. It's not like impossible, but I think like the Scion, we've seen it be so strong, and like yes, Kai'Sa with enough time and like later in the game can eventually shred through him, but like Kai'Sa Alistar is such a strong front line, and you have like Ryze is going to be really strong in the later stages of the game. I just think they're going to struggle, you know, if we do hit a certain point in time. But again, it's not impossible, especially if you like pick BDD or Duckdam, like
yeah.
You know, these are the 2 primary carries for the composition. If one of them makes a mistake at like 35 minutes in the game, you can still win. But I think that odds are going to go against them the longer this game goes. And right now, KT, they have those 2 dragons in pocket. Yes, they're down in gold, but...
Hold on. Oh, it is the real Beryl. Pop Blossom comes through, it lands onto 3, but there's no one to follow it up as aiming does come in. I told a lie as the Kai'Sa is able to get there just in time. Peter in trouble, and that is a little late on the ulti as Cuz going to get wiped out as well. True Shot Barrage going to find the middle of the posts. 6 points in AFL, and maybe DK could turn this into something. It looks like the Otacon is not something they want to risk right now. Phenomenal bait from the 2-time world champion.
Looks like an easy pick, right? Low-level support champion is squishy, I put in quotation marks, because it's this Nico, but actually so hard to take down.
Doctom finding a lot of buttons here, but instead we'll find a turret shot. Probably doesn't want to hit that one as the flash forward. The barrier is instant, and that allows Doctom to survive. Man, you take those shots, though, every time there from Showmaker. You love to see it.
Yeah, we'll say though, Doctor, I'm going to be pretty happy with the Summoner trade, right? Barrier for Flash feels good, but they look for Beryl here. Celestial opposition soaks so much damage. The ult buys time. He's actually a lot tankier than you think because of how much help the Rocket Bell gives. And Cuz and Peter take so much damage in return. The cleanup comes in for the rest of the team. And in the end, a bit of an oopsie from KT there, giving over a decent amount of gold.
Yeah.
But fortunately, doesn't translate into an objective. But now a 4,000 gold lead in favor of D+, and suddenly things looking a lot more in their favor.
Absolutely is. I feel like there is a breaking point. It's probably around like 4,000 or 5,000 gold. And that is where we're hovering for the moment. As KT going to have to be very, very careful. Next Dragon, 1 minute's time. The Baron going to be up in 2. And I think KT going to be very happy about the fact that they were able to take that last Dragon. Might be holding them in this game for now.
Yep.
But those 2 item spikes we were talking about have come in. BDD does collect both his Seraphs and his Rod of Ages. 8 stacks on the Rod so far, so only a couple of minutes to go before that one is going to be fully charged. But having a look at the money here, it's exactly where DK wanted. Showmaker and Aiming, both of them with stacks of cash.
Yep, I think as well, if you get to the point where Aiming could just ult in on the Ezreal and take him out of the equation, things get so much easier.
Yeah.
And you're really approaching that point now, especially like Doctum's on his 2-item spike. This is really where Ezreal is thriving, strongest point of the game, really for him. Aiming is closing in on that Infinity Edge on this Trick Kai'Sa build. Oh no!
The flash in, it's a decent buffer, but he's still knocked up into the air and taken down by Aiming. There's that assassination you were talking about as Perfect rethinks his decision immediately and gets the heck out of dodge. Xiu, in the meantime, here on this top side of the map, will be taking out a turret, and DK will be able to even out the Dragons as a result. Oh no, this lead continuing to balloon.
Yep, and honestly, for Doctum, that just really shouldn't be happening. As an Ezreal getting caught out by a Poppy like that, you had Summoners, you had Flash available. Should have been able to escape that. If you flash before the headbutt connects, then, you know, Aiming can't ult onto you.
Yeah.
We'll see the time that came in. Like, he has vision of Lucid, just way too slow.
Yeah.
And then it allows Aiming to get in.
Yeah.
And the fact you flash afterwards, like, you're already dead.
That's the problematic part. Gets Perfect Splash at the same time, paying for Doctum's sins. And Doctum was a player that was rapidly improving throughout the last few weeks. This is sort of signs of the old Doctum that we were seeing a little bit earlier on. A lot of people were very critical of. See whether he can get it together. As the Baron is going to be spawning. Bit of a Hex Splash over here from Lucid, who is going to scout out the enemy jungle.
The thing for me,
putting a lot of things on cooldown here.
Oh, man.
Oh, this is going to be so sad, isn't it? As Pop Blossom comes in, that is just going to look to steal away a red. So the Mega Cone, that was a lot of fun there from Beryl. And of course, Chemtech Rift and Nico is something that we saw BDD experimenting with, if you remember. He tried the Mega Cone Pop Blossom to, and it didn't quite work.
Looks like Beryl's been practicing a little bit.
Yeah. Nailing that last one.
And at this point, I mean, deep. Oh.
Okay, we're just looking for Xiu. They're going to see whether they can lock him down. Does get slowed up by the Rune Prison, but otherwise just flashes and dashes away.
Yeah, the fact as well, BDD commits the flash to try and make that happen. Try to make these proactive plays work, but it just feels like KT kind of scrambling at this point, you know. Cuz is so far behind. The 80 carry matchup starting to feel really bad at this point.
And I felt like in the draft, KT had so many answers, but DK have really shown so much mastery on making this composition work exactly when it needed to. And now Aiming, he's got an Infinity Edge. Like this Kai'Sa is going to be a huge problem. And KT just not looking like the better team in this particular game. Cuz having a rough start, you can tell it is really problematic for KT, as Cuz has been one of the biggest sources of success here for KT.
Yeah, and I mean, as well, the fact that Cuz has just been shut out this game completely. We saw like the amount of effort Lucid was putting in to keep this Wukong down. BDD hit this Rod of Ages level up, and he's still behind in XP compared to Showmaker. It's just been kind of a masterclass from D+. I had concerns. Hey, how are you going to deal with the Scion? If you start to fall behind, are you going to have some problems going into this composition? they're smooth sailing so far. This is the level of play we need from D+. It is game one, though, and we've seen D+ have good game ones before and then struggle to keep the pressure up in the series. But for now, this is enough. They are looking to start up the Arakan.
There are a lot of people on the other side of the map.
Yeah, this is a bold play to put 2 members here, so they could potentially threaten PDD, and Eamon could fly in and look to assassinate him while the rest of them pressure Arakan. And now KT, it's kind of like a split focus. They're committing to the Arakan now.
Yeah, and it is going to be Showmaker going back. He can teleport in as PDD towards his top side clears out the wave. Lucid in the area with his ultimate available as the Arakan's down to 50%. Shiu standing on top of a ward. The flash pulverize comes in from Peter as the public execution comes down just to get him out of dodge. There is the wall coming through as Beryl finds one with the Pop Blossom, but he takes so much damage. The Scion's already dead though. Zombie mode coming on through, but KT, their health bars are just evaporating as the seismic shove after the flash from Showmaker is so good. Realm Warp to try and get them out, but the follow is instantly there. And DK massacre KT in the team fight, and they'll get the Arakan as a reward.
Feels like D+ just playing with their food. Let them start up the Arakan. They turn on a Shiu, unable to take him out, and then the cleanup is swift and decisive. D+ get the boon, but they also get all the kills to boot, and now the game firmly in their control, almost a 10,000 gold lead. Looks like game one will be going to D+. We see it coming out here, Shiu on a ward, but even though they managed to get this initial CC, the public execution is massive to get him away. A few dashes come out, and the follow-up just isn't there. The wall cuts off Dekdam. He comes in, but then we get this follow-up, and I think Showmaker getting this massive shove from the flash here, catching the Ezreal on the back end. Just so well played.
Yeah, everything about this from DK was gorgeously orchestrated. Aiming comes in, held the ultimate until the very end for the cleanup. And they get Otacaren as well from this. It's Otacon and Baron both secured. I'll have to work on the naming. Maybe Otacaren is probably not the way to explain it, but that is word fusion of the two names, so maybe that's okay. Just let me know how you feel about it, everyone, and if I should just stop saying Otacaren forever, or whether it is kind of cool. It's okay. Cuz just going to get held up into the sky. No Cyclone for you.
0 for 1 for Cuz so far in this game. And he has just been absolutely decimated by D+, by the combined efforts. But Lucid having a fantastic one on this Poppy.
Oh, yeah.
And now pushing up mid.
And now
taking a tower in top lane. They just have no answers.
And this is crazy as well, right? Because the next game is going to look so different. Both Poppy and Talia have been removed. There are a lot of things that both teams are going to need to consider in this draft. Right now, DK looking miles ahead. They, in fact, are. It's 13,000 gold. This is not a small lead at 30 minutes into this game as KT looking at the remains of their base, probably thinking about what to get done in the next game. Soul Point now going to be on the cards just because they may as well, before going for a reset. And then continuing their onslaught of this map. Death's Dance going to be completed here for Shiu, who's going to be joining Rich, most likely, as the second Ambessa to win in this round robin, which is, or in, like, yeah, is it this round robin? I'm pretty sure that's what the stat was. So kind of nutty that he's able to buck the statistics.
He's just one of the few people, I mean, even he doesn't have that great of a win rate on Ambessa. This champion has been struggling, but he's one of the few who makes it look even viable. But it does take some time to get going. Was obviously getting a good amount of value in these fights. But yeah, it just feels like KT not really having the answers right now. And with this much of a deficit, there is no answer in this moment. And now,
yeah, speaking of answers, I know that you're on a bit of a roll there, but the answer to the Otacaren situation is
important.
Barrakan is actually like way cooler, says like half the chat, and the rest are thinking that Otacaren is canon. So it's hard to tell at this point in time. We'll have to figure it out.
Barrakan does sound really cool. Otacaren sounds like...
Perfect win so far, having to go through the turret there as out he goes. Lucid going to get rid of the Scion. That is going to allow them to siege up this last remaining inhibitor turret. And DK looking like they can do no wrong. However, the train is coming on through. Stopping a little short there is perfect. Didn't want to go too deep, as they do manage to at least defend the inhibitor for now. Another wave is coming through. There's no Baron, of course. But DK with so much extra money as a death cap on Showmaker right now. There is 4,000 gold ahead for the Gold King himself as the Pop Blossom connects onto 2. Beryl should be going down here though as BDD does close that kill. And now, Public Execution getting Shiyu into the backline, but now he's going to get knocked up. Now he might be in trouble as Peter gets in there. Shiyu, not actually in trouble, as it turns out, ladies and gentlemen. He is actually tankier than we thought. Lucid, not so much, as Dr. Arm dashing forward. Cuz almost dead to aiming, who Killer Instinct into the base. And there is only one remaining Nexus turret. He might be able to follow these super minions in. The rest of KT are going to back away, and they hold on for now, as their base is in absolute shambles.
Still keeping hopes alive. There is still one inhibitor left, still one Nexus tower. It could be worse, which is not saying much, but the game isn't completely cooked yet. They managed to CC Beryl down. The follow-up's not there on the ultimate. And again, the Public Execution comes through. CC comes down on a Shiwu, not able to get as much value as you'd hope. And it's just hard to cut through this Sion. You're kind of seeing what we're talking about coming out of the draft. The Sion able to soak so much damage, despite the fact D+ are so far ahead, still able to do his job.
Yeah.
And D+ seeing how things could have been a lot more difficult if they didn't have such a massive goal lead. 12,000 still, despite that base defense. The game's still heavily in their favor, but having to show some respect towards KT.
Absolutely. And you can see how it could be much better with the fact that KT were able to hold off, even though they are massively behind. Like, it is absolutely absurd. You're also seeing the value of the Kai'Sa in a composition like this. Although, like, in a lot of situations, the Sion will be a blocker for the AD carry, but when she can just sort of fly over the team fight and then kill you, and the Talia and Poppy are both on his team, it does mean that if you're low and you're in the back line, you are not safe. As Dr. Arm has done the most damage in the game. Just Ezreal things here, ladies and gentlemen. Just don't know whether it's going to matter, as there is one Nexus turret between DK and a Game 1 victory here in this tiebreaker. Headbutt Pulverize onto Shiyu. Might be in a little bit of trouble here, but instead, he's able to dash his way out. Lucid, that was a very cute little heroic charge just to get out of the way of the Q from Perfect.
Yeah, it's so difficult. If they lose this third inhibitor, it just feels like the game might be cooked. But we have Baron spawning in 20, Soul in a minute. You don't want to give over either of those, but can you really leave your base at the moment? You see a trap being laid here by D+. The Weaver's Wall available to Showmaker.
Well, there it is. It's Perfect that's going to be their target, but he just doesn't really take very much damage, especially if you don't hit him with abilities.
Yeah.
As Baron is going to spawn, and that is what DK have been waiting for. I mean, don't throw, go to Baron is probably the play, right? And so that's what they're looking at now. 26 seconds on the Drake, though.
Wait, Shiwu and Showmaker have TPs, and there's a super minion wave pushing in bot.
Oh, God. Okay, well, there's also a pause. And so we'll just not know what's going to be happening here, as the game is at a standstill for now. God, this is such an intense moment as well. I wonder what actually happened. What has actually gone wrong here? Because it looks like it's something to do with the bottom. If the cameraman is anything to go off, Beryl client issue. So I was saying something about the bottom lane of DK. That is going to be indeed the case.
Hopefully, it's the sort of thing that can be resolved quickly.
And I don't know why Beryl is talking to clients in the middle of a match.
Yeah.
I would have thought that perhaps, you know, he could save his other job until afterwards.
He's a man of many talents, you know.
Oh, I mean, that's what it says here. It's a client issue, so I don't know. Peter is sleeping. He's not
meditating.
Yeah. Sorry, meditating. I take it all back. Just trying to stay zen, as it is a very difficult part of the game.
He's picturing the win. He's like, yep, I see the lines. I know how I do it.
Can he let us know? I can't really see them quite as well.
It's simple. You just destroy the enemy nexus.
I thought perhaps you were going to say something like that. I didn't know it was that easy, but I guess it is. Wow, there's an essay printed out here. I'm not entirely sure what this says, but I'm sure it is riveting.
A lot of effort put into writing all that information.
Yeah. Maybe it's a cry for help, KT style, which we have seen in the past.
Being a KT fan is a cry for help, let's be real.
Yes, certainly is. One on the right there does say Showmaker. So we'll see how they are going to... Like, this particular game, I think, is probably... it says Showmaker, Tiebreaker, Breaking Maker. Thanks, Cloud Templar, for that one. As Wolf is here. So maybe we could actually just throw it over to Wolf for a quick Digimon breakdown, because we did just see another... No, never mind. We'll just resume the game. Why don't we resume the game instead? There it is. Let's hop back in. Beryl thankfully got his client sorted out as BDD is like, there is something fishy in the air.
Yeah.
I will perhaps go and defend my base. As KT further away from their Nexus than they've been in the last 6 minutes.
Okay, look at the minimap. There's a control ward.
There are a lot of Showmakers as well.
There's a control ward you see next to the base, just like towards the top inhibitor, a little bit like outside the base of KT. That D+ control ward.
Well, Showmaker is just taking...
Oh, it just got reset, it just got moved, never mind. But there is minions there, so they could TP in, but right now they are looking towards the Baron KT. D+ are in the vicinity as, yeah, D+ are just taking Soul.
Yep. And I don't think that KT had any other choice. As you can see, Lucid, he's like, well, maybe I'll just go win the game. As PDD is doing his very best to just patrol the area to try and keep things sorted out as, oh dear, Keeper's Verdict going to come down. That is going to get rid of Cuz. As now Peter moving over the Pop Blossom, and Dom is going to get singled out. DK just running KT around the map right now as Lucid is going to get the flash out of Peter, but the Weaver's Wall comes down. Flash out from Showmaker, perfect, just trying to hold him in position, but the perfect execution gets to the back line, and Shiu taking a lot of damage. Perfect able to flash his way out, and PDD is a bit of a raid boss, but he's going to get shoved into the wall and cut down by the Ambessa, and I think this may have been the last gasp. The DPS is now dead for KT, and Cuz just going to be hanging out on his fountain, waiting for this game to be over.
Yep, D+ able to take this game pretty convincingly. Strong start to the series in D+ fashion, and I think KT, Cuz in particular, having a really rough one on the back of this.
Oh, he really did. That was a big struggle, but DK will come out trumps here in game number 1, putting them 1 win away from the Legend Group, and also having the ability to choose side in the first match of the road to MSI. It's coming up in only a few days' time against this exact opposition. Imagine if it was a 2-0 for DK. It's absolutely huge when it comes to momentum and moving into that best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, KT, a lot of things went wrong in that one. I think Dam, seeing some of the signs we saw from early in the split, just out of position in a lot of scenarios, but Cuz just looked lost. I mean,
yeah,
5.2k damage. He wasn't in the game.
He wasn't, and he was shut out very early, right? It's a 3-buff double scuttle. Something that the coach of KT actually coined here in the LCK when that became a thing, when scuttles were very first introduced into the game. KT, desperate need for a reset here, as the roller coaster certainly took a bit of a jump down. Let's hope they're still on the tracks, it's just heading southward, and perhaps there is an upswing in our future so we can get that 2-1. Right now, things looking a little dire. Time to go to a short break. When we get back, the space gonna break it down, and we'll have game number 2.
나 2초 나 이거 날리고 이제 볼게. 나 날리러 가야 돼. 이제 볼게. 야 이제. 이제. 되나? 야 대기 달려보자. 이제 보자. 이제.
잡았어.
탑가면 끝나겠다. 날리고. 탑가자. 날리지 마.
나이스.
나 뒤에 볼게 이거. 되나? 알리 노플. 알리 보면 좋아.
알리.
야 괜찮아. 사연부터. 야 라이즈 노플. 라이즈 노플. 들어와.
빨리면 너무 빨려. 나한테 빼면서.
들어와 맞췄어. 라이즈 노플.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this very special Wednesday here in the LCK. It's tiebreaker day, and D+ are up 1-0 over KT. The roller coaster going a little bit down, the script going the way that it should. Digon here alongside Wolf and Wadid to break down this tiebreaker. Y'all, welcome.
It's been a pretty fun start so far. D+ playing very clean in game one, as the story often goes.
As it does.
KT disappointing us, I think, with some of the decisions they made in the early and mid game with this one, but hoping they can bounce back in game two.
Yeah, I mean, everyone said that like it's gonna be really close and maybe a little bit KT favor, but I felt kind of in a DK side because I don't know, like in some kind of cases that where like DK, whenever they are under pressure, they have the ability to do something, and I think they showed up in game one.
Yes, they did. And for those of you at home didn't know, Wadid has been learning a little bit about the top lane lately, and that's going to be the focus of the draft here. These two top laners going side by side.
All right, now I'm playing only top lane in solo queue.
Yeah.
And now I experienced that Sion is just so broken, you know? Like, I also played Sion a lot, but this champion is just unkillable, especially in lane. It's really strong, but also the late game, I think it's really valuable. So I felt really great when KT picked up the Sion first. So I just felt like KT had a really great draft in general, but when they had the 4-5, I didn't feel great.
Yeah, so both Wadid and I liked the first part of the draft. We liked the idea about the Wukong. They did it face up into Poppy, but they didn't do themselves any favors by locking both the Ezreal with the Nico and Kai'Sa up, which is really tough to play out. They could have played Varus, they could have played for Prio, they could have even pushed the Nico forward and locked that in. Instead, P was so good at the champ. But they then locked the Alistar into the Nico, so really struggled in the lane, didn't have Prio early, and now they've lost some of these power picks that they're known for in game one of draft.
Yeah, not only did they lose that, in Highlight 1 we could see how losing priority messed up the early jungling and lane swaps here for KT.
So as Ulf mentioned, they cannot really like enjoy their laning phase in the bot lane because they're playing Ezreal Alista, so they have to lane swap. So I explained so many times, in this case, you have to like give up the Drake. So they're just not gonna match the lane swap here. They're just gonna get the free plate for Kai'Sa, which is so great. Kai'Sa just need a lot of gold and a lot of item, and I think this kind of space is really great for Kai'Sa, and them having free Drake in the early game is just such a great object.
Yeah,
but
almost got Shio and they couldn't quite get him, you know? Like if they had gotten Shio, would have felt okay, but they didn't get him.
So yeah, I mean, after that, they're just gonna match the lane swap and they're gonna prepare for the grabs. And I think this is the situation where KT should look for something, and they do with the creative Rise ultimate on the top side. But I feel like they just had the best, like bad execution wise. You're gonna see what happened here is that they're just gonna use the Rise ulti with Wukong, and I feel like Cuz should have known that Kai'Sa can actually ult through the Wukong, so I feel like he should have just precast the ultimate, right?
Yeah, if he precast the ultimate, it probably would have interrupted. The angle there for aiming was pretty good, though. He had the heal there from Barrel to space up into the brush, and then was able to ult away. But it's moments like this where KT, where you could see they're forced to look for these picks on the top side because they're losing control elsewhere. Like, they lost the Dragon bottom side, they didn't get Shio the first time, and they repeatedly, after this, made several similar attempts on the top side of the map to try to catch Shio out, try to catch aiming out, and failed to do so, and kept losing more on the other side of the map, and KT were just unfortunately behind in tempo for a majority of this game.
So yeah, you lost the Drake, you lane swap, so you look for another chance for the top lane, but you failed, so you gave up the grubs as well. So everything was kind of bad for KT in the early game.
Yeah, and remember, the last time we saw KT, they did this against Gen G, and in Game 1, Gen G played out the lane swap well. In Game 2, KT played out the lane swap well. So you could see that they're thinking and learning from these top-tier legend group matches, and if they end up losing this one, that means they're not going to have those opportunities. But after that early kind of win and lead by D+, stalls out for a little while, KT go for the Otacon.
And instead of talking about, I mean, we could talk about a lot of the intricacies in this team fight here, but I really just want to talk about how clean D+ were in general in this game. Sure, they made the fail to end kind of error there, overextension there, but look at how slow they play this fight. Look at how clean the re-engage is from Barrel. Like, this is a D+ that's firing on all cylinders today, and that's always the concern you have with D+ going into a best of 3 is what D+ are you going to get on the day. And yes, game 1 D+ usually ends up looking the best, but how carefully they play this. Look at this wraparound from Lucid, predicting the Realm Warp is there to catch them. It's moments like this where you can tell D+ are all on the same page today. They all came here to win, and they look like they're a well-oiled machine. Like, this team actually looks like it's playing at its peak, and you don't always get that in high-pressure situations here for D+. In Game 1, they definitely looked fantastic.
Yeah, I want to point out Xiu once more because, you know what, like I will say just pick Sion over Ambessa every single time. But if you can actually play Ambessa like this game, you can definitely play Ambessa over Sion, you know? I feel like his team fight, like just positioning-wise, it was just perfect. He was just forcing out every single skill shots to DK to actually just step over and kill them all. So I feel like Xiu was just the difference maker in the Game 1.
You know, I don't know about you all at home, but I'm just tickled with joy right now because we're doing the thing. We're doing the D+ thing where we're glazing them. They're playing great.
Oh,
They've
man.
come to win.
It's coming.
Game 1, they look like one of the best teams in the LCK. This is what always happens on the script, and it's the same thing for KT. They look like they don't know how to play League of Legends in game 1, and then the roller coaster is going to go back on up.
There were so many moments like trying to catch Barrel on the top side, right, where Showmaker was nearby. So many near wins for KT Rollster. Duckdom almost surviving, but flashing too late when he was caught in mid. All of these moments adding up. D+ playing so confidently, playing with that tempo. And I feel like KT using so many of their power picks here in this Game 1 draft makes me feel like if you had to ask me right now if I'd flip my prediction because I was a KT Predator, I would say I feel like D+ are going to close this out 2-0. Memes aside, they look really good right now. KT looking a little lost.
I mean, again, let's talk about the draft, you know, like why did they have to like lane swap in the early gaming phase? Because of their lane matchup, right? They choose it. So I feel like they should have bot lane priority by themselves, so they can actually fight for the first Drake and then just snowball through that, which is really good from KT side. It's Cosmeta, man. Just play for the Drake.
Well, we'll see what they do. They do have blue side now. Will it be a clean 2-0, nothing to see here for D+, or will we follow the script? Let's find out in game number 2.
I sure hope there is something to see here, Digon, but we shall have to wait before we can see, as that is a cliche for a reason. Welcome back to the caster desk, everyone. We are doing our very best to make sure that old Sneezy Pants over here is going to be okay, and I have a feeling that he's going to be okay. How are you feeling, Ox?
I'm trying my best, you know. It's just I'm so excited, right?
Yeah.
It's, you know when you get so excitable and you'll coffee and sneezy, that's how it goes, right?
I think that's how it works, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, just get a little bit too enthusiastic.
And I think that's what happened to KT, you know? It's a constant flux state of expectations, and you know, I think after game 1, they took a nosedive, which means they're in prime opportunity to bounce back.
There's only one way they can go from here, and that is up or... Wait, no, there's two ways on there. They can still go further down.
They could also just stay in a neutral state and continue in this.
Oh, right. So there's 3 ways that it could go.
Yeah.
And actually,
there's also different magnitudes in which they can go
so if we got specific about it, there's kind of infinite ways, because you can just keep dividing the amount of...
and that's why it's so interesting.
Exactly! Well, Kallista's going to be taken away here as we hop into the draft for game number 2. See what the angle is for DK.
I think the Kalista ban's kind of cool, because, you know, what is Kalista really bad into? Talia Poppy.
Yeah.
What are now not available? Talia Poppy.
And I think
the Kalista ban come through.
It's got to be an Azir first pick angle here for KT, you'd imagine, with the fact that there's no Kalista Poppy, right? Like, this is, the Pigeon Man is probably one of the first on the list.
Yeah. So, wouldn't surprise me if D+ actually look to ban that away themselves. Xin Zhao ban going to come through again from KT. We saw that last time, but it felt like maybe it was a bit more for a response from KT to the Trundle, but they're just banning it outright, denying that away from Lucid. Obviously a pick he's really good on. D+, you know, they banned the Rumble, they banned the Yone, they banned the Trundle. They're going to ban the Yone again, so Trundle, Rumble, and Azir, all big bans, and they only have 1 ban left on this side. Not sure what they'll look towards. We could see KT look towards the Gwen, maybe here. What they got with last time, I think, is a decent ban away from Shiwu.
Getting rid of the Gwen does make a fair bit of sense. And in fact, the more you think about it, the more there are still a large amount of very high priority champions still available. Pantheon going to be the one they elect to take away. That was actually able to get through the entirety of the draft last time, so didn't see it. Showmaker not looking too psyched about where this ban list is heading right now. See what they do decide to take away. Gwen Azir, I think, are the biggest ones that I can see, but Rumble is also worth a look in. Man, there are a lot of big picks to take away, and the Gwen is something that they do not want to see.
Yep. And KT have to go for the Rumble for
Snap
perfect.
it.
Something he's a lot of comfort on. And now D+, you know, in this situation, they're looking towards the Ornn.
Ornn Trundle.
I think if you go Ornn, you're kind of locked into going the Trundle, because if you don't, you know, the other side will just take the Trundle themselves, potentially.
And Trundle and Rumble together, it word fuses to Trumble, which is awesome.
Yeah.
But also, the Pillar and Equalizer combination is very scary, as that is the doggo going to be locked in here for Lucid. And so they are going to take the Trundle risk with that Ornn locked in. It does make it feel a lot like this is just a lane matchup thing here for Shu. We have seen Ornn be sort of the premier pick into the Rumble, but just
so
letting
good.
the Trundle go through is just...
And then it's
Azir
Azir
as well.
It's so, like, I just feel like this is such an easy sweep for KT, you know?
We've said that before.
Oh, God, what did I say?
What have you done?
Oh, man.
First, you let a Chemtech Dragon through.
No, I'm sorry.
You're like
No,
coughing
this
and
is-
spluttering the whole game.
There's no
and
excuse.
now you're just getting excited for KT?
Guys, the Chemtech Dragon has affected me, you
Oh,
know?
it's-
Fumes, they're getting to me.
It's taken the whole regular season, and finally it's invaded his brain.
Yeah.
As Showmaker here with the Ahri lock-in. I mean, it's still strong, what we can see here from DK, but
Yeah.
then you look over the other side and you're like, oh.
Something I will say is that, you know, with the Rumble and the Azir, a lot of AP damage on the top side, the Trundle, it can sometimes feel like... I feel like you don't have that strong of skirmishing power in like the mid jungle in comparison to like Ahri, Neferi. So if Lucid Showmaker really get the ball rolling and shut down Cuz, that's where we could see some momentum. We see the Senna banned out from KT, that blue side Senna second rotation ban. We see that so often.
Yep.
Xayah going to be banned away by D+. So want to target some of those safer AD carry picks. Ezreal's already taken away. Xayah, Braum taken out. So definitely hammer away at the defensive options. I feel like, though, for KT, Jhin fits really well with the composition they have right now. And, you know, normally Jhin into an Ornn, you're like, oh, but you have a Trundle and an Azir and a Rumble.
Yeah.
So I don't think you really care.
Yeah, you're pretty good for damage at this point. And so Dr. I mean, he could play the Varus as well. I mean, there are plenty of picks that are still up and available that he can sort of stand safely on. The Lucian going to be taken away from aiming.
Yeah, I think the Lucian ban to me is weird because, if I'm being honest, like, would they have banned Braum if they were planning to pick Lucian? That feels a little strange to me, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just overthinking it. But they do end up picking the Jhin themselves for aiming. Not a pick he's played as much. You know, I feel like when I think of those immobile AD carries, I think of MF when I think of aiming.
Yeah.
But it looks like we might just get Jhin into Varus with Dr. leaning towards that one.
He's only played one game of Jhin this whole season.
Yep, hasn't really been one he's lent towards.
He hasn't died on it, though, and he's 100% win rate.
Well,
My kind of sample size, baby. As there's that Varus that we were talking about, still going to be one of those more safe, high-range champions that can just stand back. And Peter is heading towards Leona with now Beryl to answer. It's a lot of engage if this Rel does get locked in. Gives them a lot of mid-game power once more with this composition. But I just feel like KT have every answer. And this draft, once again, looking great.
You know,
Last time around we said that though, and things did not go so well. So DK, on any given day, are able to get things done.
yeah, I mean, I think KT have everything they want here. Arguably, even more so than they had in the previous game. But we'll see how that pans out for them. I think the thing that D+ have, right, they obviously have, like, Ornaments are going to come in later. Those feel nice. They have a strong mid-jungle duo, which, if you get into skirmishes, I think has a lot of value. I think if you find a moment for Showmaker to move and to collapse onto the Trundle, you can take him out pretty quickly. And also Jhin, you can find, you know, when you find these scrappy skirmishes, Jhin can just clean them up so well.
Yeah.
But I think in terms of the power of some of these picks, the 5v5 potential, I think honestly, D+ have a lot of power.
And a lot of Prage as well.
I think as well, just when you think how the fight's going to open, it's going to be either the Rel or the Ornn leading the charge. There's so much CC and damage to throw at them, and there's a Trundle ult.
Yeah, the Subjugate is going to get a lot of value, but Cuz was the biggest problem in game number 1. He's going to have to really bounce back against Lucid here on one of Lucid's best champions, right? He just recently got a pentakill on this pick. And so the man piloting the doggo is going to be looking pretty dangerous, whilst also looking hilarious at the same time. Let's get onto the Rift for game number 2, possibly the last of this tiebreak.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Wow. The KT fans have definitely got the volume. They've certainly got that. Whether they've got a team in the Legend group is the last remaining question here, as we look to see whether they can keep their hopes alive. Now on the blue side with an incredible draft. BDD on his Azir, perfect on his best champion this season in the Rumble. Cuz on the Trundle into a mega tank there towards the top side of the map. Doctarm and Peter on Varus and Leona. Definitely not the focal point of this is going to be the bottom lane. But I mean, it's this Rumble Azir situation that I'm feeling pretty good about for KT. So that means that it's probably not going to work.
You know, it's also one of the things, right?
Yeah.
I'm hoping we see this, but one of my favorite things about playing Trundle into champions like Jhin or MF is when you use the pillar to interrupt the ult.
Yeah.
It just feels so cheeky.
And they go boop.
Yeah.
And they even look surprised. That's the best part, is the champion themselves look surprised.
And then they're like, they get ulted and they're like, darn it, I'm going to chase after. They're just like, they do like slow motion walk.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
You really have to just settle into how bad it feels to be pillared.
Yeah. It's just, you know, they've really captured his identity as a troll so perfectly.
They really did. Although it was better before, when you could play Junkyard Trundle.
It was.
He just looked so trolly. Speedy harassing well in this lane thus far.
You know, it's
0-4.
Well, he was undefeated on Rise and he lost on that.
And so now he's fully defeated on Azir, and maybe he'll win?
Yeah.
That's kind of opposite thinking.
I like how we talk about
used to.
Azir as, you know, one of BDD's signature picks. 0-4.
Yeah. It's quite odd.
Yeah.
Azir is also not doing super great here in the LCK. I think he recently got like a win, but this round robin has not been the time.
I think one of the things is sometimes these picks that are so high priority, they go through this problem where they're only let through in very specific circumstances. And a lot of the problems we had with Azir was he was only being let through when Talia was there as a response.
Yeah.
And then he was losing to Talia. So, you know, there's always caveats, there's always additional factors to that information. I do think Azir is obviously still very strong and teams have been prioritizing him for a reason, but
teams have been banning him if they don't have the answer.
Yeah, for sure.
And so I'm not sure what DK's answer is going to be for the champion at this point in time, and oftentimes it's the first pick, Azir, that is the biggest issue, right, for the team that picks it. Because you can really run into spots where the answers come immediately and there's not really a way to find value. This time around, though, he was picked on 3. They've got the Trundle alongside it as well as the Rumble. Like, the top side of the map is very scary. It almost feels like the Azir is going to be like a secondary carry from what Perfect and Cuz will be able to get done in the earlier stages of the game as soon as that equalizer does come in to be paired alongside this Trundle pillar can come down. That being said, it's just the laning phase now. Slight lead for Perfect there on that top side. Showmaker doing pretty well here in this mid lane. But Doctarm and Peter looking much better, which is certainly a good sign because they were struggling a whole bunch. Still, this wave is going to be slurped up by Shu, and Aiming gets up here to catch this one as the lane swap is coming through once again.
Yep, Aiming coming very early for that pivot. Oh, that harpoon had hit. Maybe could have chunked him out a bit. We'll see a bit of a deficit between both top and bot for D+. This is the outcome of that swap. Neither of them had prior when they went for that, but I think both lanes were suffering a little bit, which is the reason they wanted to try and get away from them. And you know, we did talk a lot about these situations. You know, teams make a decision. Do we swap and match and be a little bit behind in tempo? Do we just you know, even though we had the favorable matchups, we end up staying in scenarios where we're like 2v1. Like, obviously, we prefer the Rumble to be into the Ornn and the Varus into the Jhin, but I think we kind of said that, like, the better situation is just to not match and then just take the early dragon, you know? And I think particularly with a champion like Trundle with such good single target damage, I think that's the play.
Yep, Dragon certainly going to be a good option here, as already he has moved over. Showmaker just barely not finding the charm, and Beryl just going to join him. Say, oh no, don't worry, Showmaker, I can miss as well. And he does so. That's camaraderie right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you've got to do sometimes. Make sure that you keep the mental of your teammates intact.
Yep.
And Beryl has sacrificed his own for that many
Team
times.
player.
Exactly. And that's why he's the best. It's okay, perfect. Now might be under a little bit of pressure here towards the top side of the map, but it looks like Beryl and aiming just going to back away.
Yep, this is the point though where really I think KT can be confident. They see Beryl top. They know that they have a numbers advantage on the bottom side of the map. Even they have BD with a level advantage over Showmaker. Both of the mid laners did just reset though.
Yeah. Wandering over towards Lucid here. Shiu could be in a little bit of trouble. He does searingly charge away. As Peter trying to keep himself alive here. That pillar was amazing. As Doctom trying to stack up this Blighted Quiver and does get a lot of damage down onto the Ornn. He is allowed to live. Does still have his flash up and available. Not end of the world here for DK, but they are still bleeding as the gold moves further and further towards KT.
Yeah, they end up swapping, aiming back down towards bot, not willing to give over the dragon. So a lot of back and forth in this situation just to try and negate KT's attempts to pick up that objective.
Yeah, maybe recognizing that Cuz just gets more and more powerful the more dragons he's allowed to take.
Yeah.
Good identification of the KT habits. Showmaker catching this wave. See what he's going to be able to get done. Showmaker actually pretty good marks for game number 1. It's a great sign moving towards the road to MSI for DK fans. Of course, they'll have to run the entire gauntlet. So would KT. No matter what happens here, KT versus DK is going to be happening on Saturday. So he's going to be in better standing in order to get there. Speedy with this wave shoving forward. Right now, DK with 1 game in the pocket. And somewhat relaxed, I guess, given the fact that they will be able to move back towards the blue side for the final game of this series.
Oh no, they can never relax, Max. Never.
Well, sometimes they look like they do.
They do. No, they do relax.
Yeah.
They shouldn't.
Ah, right. You mean shouldn't.
Yeah.
Because you said can't, and I'm like, well, they can't. We've got tape.
Yeah, they are capable of doing so. They shouldn't. I think. Sorry, I should clarify.
No. I like the fact that we get to have the discussion, because I imagine those at home have also found similar frustrations. Aiming, speaking of which, is going to get shot down a little bit here by Doctom, who has gone towards the Comet, so it's going to be a lethality variety of the Varus, the stand back and poke type version.
Yep.
All right, bit of a crash down there from Beryl. Deadly Flourish goes wide. A lot of missing of things that are not really too much of a result, as Drake for Grubs is going to be the trade here.
I don't think this is ideal really for KT, because given the fact that KT had prio in all 3 lanes essentially for a good part of this game, the fact that it's just a trade of these neutrals, I don't think you feel too good about as KT.
No.
Really, I think they're in position to set up all these. Oh, she was low. This is just a kill.
Well, Equalizer is going to come on through here. Shiu taking a lot of damage, and he's just forced to stay on it. The entire Equalizer is eaten, and they haven't even picked up turret aggro yet. He does get the knock-up as Cuz is looking to try and keep himself alive. He does do so, and perfect locks down the kill. A better dive than one we saw a few days ago here towards this top side as Shiu goes down.
Pretty slick, you know, the Equalizer from Perfect, so much value there, so much damage, and then Shiu tries everything he can, but Cuz basically just had to press R and let Perfect do all the work. The fact he got the flash out of Cuz, you know, even that was pretty good from Shiu considering.
Yeah.
Like, the ult comes in, there's nowhere really for him to stand, he's just burning, the pillar even locks him into it.
My goodness, that is the most single target Equalizer value I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right, the double flashes needing to be invested is a huge deal.
Yeah, I think Perfect's flash was a bit of a mistake. He had the kill already, but, you know, happens. Oh.
Well, Aim gonna have to cleanse. Beryl does land a Shattering Strike. That's good news. Dancing Grenade, not that much value. As DK continue to have a bit of control here. But it's 1,000 gold the lead for KT as the dust settles.
Yep. And basically, the way this matchup goes in the top lane is, you know, it's not very fun for the Ornn. You get bullied out a little bit, and then you buy Kanik Rukin, and there's not a matchup anymore.
Yeah. Even the Spectre's Cal feels so good into Rumble.
It does make a big difference. But the Kanik is just, it's like basically Magic resist Warmugs, where you just did a ton of no, you didn't.
Nope.
No, you didn't.
Well, Perfect is going to try and get some damage down here. Does silence himself to do all of that big auto damage. And he almost has a 600 gold lead just by himself. 1,000 is the lead for the whole team, so it does show that this Rumble is going to be their point of attack here in this early stage. Good to see both Cuz and Perfect playing better, though, in this match. We did talking about how the Scion is a little bit ridiculous at the moment. Losing on it is not going to feel great here for the KT top laner. Good to see him turning it around with a good performance so far on the Rumble.
Now see Cuz moving up towards the top side. Remember, aiming has no cleanse. If they find an angle to look for a play, definitely could be a target they look to punish. Peter does have his ult again.
All right, in goes Peter. Doesn't find the E, so just going to be walking back. There's been quite a few skill shots that have gone wide so far in this match. Peter just trying to hold on to information about what Beryl's trying to do here. Control ward goes down. But more plates will be going over to Dr. Cuz and Peter here towards his top side, as with 3 grubs. Yeah.
And a Trundle.
Serious amounts of turret damage. He's got his Sheen completed already. So BDD keeping pressure up in the mid lane while they put all of that pressure on the top side.
It's just some good moves from KT. You know, almost a 2,000 gold lead just off the back of that one kill and just getting some farm leads, some plates here and there. Lucio though finding an angle here. They could be in trouble.
Yeah, Dr. and Peter possibly overextended, but never mind. Able to turn around just in time to avoid that. And you're right. I mean, when is it safe to talk about KT having a lead without, you know, getting told that we're doing E-word stuff?
Yeah. Oh, Shu low. One thing as well. Oh,
Equalizer. Shu gonna have to move towards the Harpoons, but not gonna go too far forward here is Perfect. And also deals with the wave with that Equalizer at the same time. Good double duty to allow him to have a bit more tempo as he goes back to base.
Yeah, Cuz was moving towards bot. One thing is that Shu obviously, you know, building on the MR, the right call against Perfect, but Cuz with that Triforce, if he does come down, would absolutely just shred through him. So it doesn't want to hang around for that troll to show up. A minute until that dragon, and definitely KT really want to make sure they get presence on that. A lot of big one-item spikes coming through as well, like the Leandries, the Triforce coming through. Even if Shu does finish his Kanik Rukin, it doesn't feel as good as like a Leandries does on that one-item spike.
Certainly doesn't. I mean,
even a Rod of Ages for Showmaker doesn't feel great.
I mean, it's probably the worst as far as one-item spikes are concerned, right? Like, the Catalyst feels way better than picking up the Rod of Ages. It doesn't have any stacks in it just yet. That's what it's for. It's about getting better over time. So some of the weaker one-item spikes to come through, whereas there's even Nashor's and Ghostblade to add to your list that we'd already put together. So DK were able to utilize their initial spikes really, really well in game number 1. We'll see whether KT can do the same thing here in the second game. And it's exactly how the space put it, you know? It's kind of like the shoe that's exactly the same shoe, is just on the other foot.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, KT DK, never change. Atakan, speaking of the other foot, he's going to be on the other side of the map in this game. So no more Atakaran anymore.
See, you know, that conversation had, it was Barakan?
Yeah, Barakan.
Barakan sounds like Barracuda, which is just one of the coolest names for an animal, and also a great song.
Yeah, that's true.
But like, Atakaran sounds like Atakan has gone to a grocery store and wants to see the manager.
I know, that's why I like it so much.
It's also great. Great for different reasons.
Yeah. Maybe we have to change the name based on the play around the objectives.
I think that's
and what leads to the Barakan or the Atakan.
Yeah.
I think that might be the compromise that we can utilize here. As Lucid looking to clear out some vision, does do so. Not going to find the daggers at the minute. The BDD rotating up. The Azir hitting level 11, getting 2 points into that ultimate. Going to be feeling fantastic here, as we haven't had a single team fight just yet. Just one little gank towards the top lane, and that is all the real action that we've had. It's been a lot of posturing, as Infernal Dragon going to be next. I can almost guarantee that this is going to be a Cloud Soul in this game. It's just the feeling in the waters. Sometimes the waters are more powerful than other times. This one's pretty powerful.
TP coming in.
All right, we're going to be fighting for this one. That is a deep teleport for Xiu, as Beryl is just going to get locked down before they've even started. The curtains coming in though, and now the Ornhorn's coming on through. Finds the double knock-up, but there's not a lot of follow, as it's another Chemtech Orcs. What the heck? Xiu now going to get taken down solo. The equalizer positioning again is gorgeous. Oh, perfect. What a turnaround in this game, as Lucid diving forward, utilizing his on-target ability very, very well, but he's unable to find any answer to the 2 kills from KT.
I mean, KT able to pick up the dragon. Cuz is just able to finish off without even being present in the fight, and they just take down Beryl off the rip. 4 members, not even needing the Trundle to ult him. Great fight for them. They get everything they want, except a good soul, I guess.
Sorry, I probably should have been focusing on the fight.
Chemtech's just too powerful today, man. I've lost control. But yeah, Cuz grabs this, and then comes over, and again, Xiu gets in the fight, but they now have the ult available for him. And it felt like a very scrappy one, but the equalizer gets so much value. Xiu happened to sit on top of it. He just gets shredded down. They don't really have enough damage to kill Peter as well. Lucy tries to dive in, but has to instantly disengage.
Yeah, this hot kennel that they've got going on here with the Trundle Pillar and the equalizer, it is kind of crazy. Just turns that thing into an oven.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where, like, even if you have a well-placed equalizer, it's rare that people are, like, cooking on it, right? Like, they'll take the initial damage, bit of dot damage, like the Liandry's is hitting them, but they're not going to stay on it unless, like, they're trapped against terrain. But you make the terrain with the pillar, right? It's like, you know, we saw earlier, like when Xiu was against the wall and he sat the full duration of the equalizer. It's rare that happens in a team fight, but like, Cuz is just ensuring that people are like locked in.
Not to mention, Perfect is finding the angles where he gets to layer it along a wall, and then the pillar is there to lock them in. Immediately afterwards. I think this young man on the top side of the map is playing really well, and as I say that, Caster Curses are indeed real, ladies and gentlemen, as he will get ganked by 4 people and die. I'm sorry, KT fans, really am. As KT are going to answer it immediately. Showmaker now in a little bit of trouble, as he does get cut down, and Lolpop explodes!
Yeah, great layering of CC. They're hard to kill on Ahri, but everything connected and spaced perfectly to take him out. Lucy trying to defend this. I think with aiming moving down, they should be able to keep it alive, but a lot of damage done. Peter in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Deadly Flourish. Once again, the kennel of safety here for Cuz, as Lucid dives forward. Beryl Magnus Storm on a 3 is gigantic! Cuz just standing his ground though, seeing if he can find another chomp, and he'll get it. King's Tribute as well, keeping him alive, but in comes the Ornn, and down goes the Trundle. BDD just taking care of business here, just being a demolitionist on the other side of the map, but that's a good trade back for DK, especially if they get some decent damage on this turret. Looks like aiming not going to look for too much more.
Yeah, it feels like BDD is playing a completely different game. He's doing the tower defense sort of thing, where he's like the guy killing the towers. Meanwhile, KT, not good. Not a good angle. And this is kind of the thing. Peter gets caught out, and they could have just let him die, but they're committed to the defense here. The Jhin ult gets so much value. The snipe from aiming here to get Peter threads the needle, ends up taking down Docdam here as well. Cuz gets the chomp here, but unfortunately not able to do more. It's a lot of gold funneled back over to D+. Without the kill onto Perfect, and without those 3 kills there, I think this game would have been done, if I'm being honest.
No, I agree.
But D+ have clawed their way back into it. Only a 2,000 gold lead right now, and aiming 2-0-2, a big reason why they're still in this game.
It's a huge one. You can see that gold lead that was just heading up and to the right for KT is going to stagnate just a little. Slight downturn. Does actually look a little bit like a roller coaster, which, you know, it's no surprise. It's KT game. They are going to look for this Rift Herald though, so back on the front foot once more. Equalizer back up and available. There's an Emperor's Divide. There's in fact everything They want to throw. Not a whole lot of flashes left remaining as somehow the Rift Herald is taken by the Rumble as the Ornhorn comes on through. Double knockups are going to come down as well as the Equalizer gets so much value. Somehow Cuz stays alive for so long, and now Shiu, the Sand Soldiers finish him off. And over the wall goes Showmaker and Lucid, but I don't know whether they're long for this fight as the curtains have been called. And the answer is there for KT. They just don't seem to care. As down goes Showmaker, Doctom aims the arrow and lands it true. And now BDD just looking to clean up as he face checks, and the doggo gets out.
Slick getaway there from Lucid, but ultimately D+ hard lose that fight. And this is the problem. Whoever goes in, whoever leads the charge from D+ just dies so quickly. Beryl's health bar just eviscerated in this situation. And Cuz takes so long to die because of the subjugate. Shiwu nearly gets exploded as well. Does end up going down. This front line just doesn't exist for D+. And then in the aftermath, Showmaker trying to run away. BDD's there to body block. So this time aiming does not get the value. The snipe comes through from Doctom, and the cleanup was there. And this is the thing, these tanks, this this Rel and this Ornn, they do not feel tanky in this game at all.
And I'm really sorry for giggling there, guys, but it's just if you just zoom really far out, it's just exactly what we expected from this series.
Yep.
Right? As KT look borderline hopeless in game number 1, and we move over to the camp of DK after a game 1 that looks fantastic. We've all been there before. And once again, KT able to turn it around. DK looking a little worse for wear as Peter just going to push them away. Otacon is going to belong to KT now.
Whoa.
As a teleport in from Showmaker. They're looking to try and fight. Guys,
let him go, let him go, let him go.
Yeah, Peter's dead. So they are going to be able to get the Leona, but they'll trade her for a Otacon, and the Dragon's also been taken, so...
Showmaker TP'd in as Perfect was TPing top. Like, it was just like an exchange.
And it was like what happened with the 3 picks that got secured in the mid lane as well. BDD actually teleported over the top of the 3 of them dying on his way to the top lane. So similar things happening here as we are just electing out of going for a lot of these fights. BDD here towards the bottom side of the map as Doctom. All right, curtains are being called. First bullet not going to connect. Second as well. Third. And he's just guessing at this point. He's just going to give up.
I will say, though, getting the flash off the Varus, pretty big pickup. Ultimately, I think when you're behind, it can feel really hard to engage because enemy team, if they have all their summoners, you know, you go for an engage, they flash, they turn around, kill you, and just like end the game or get like a Baron or something. Having that flash suddenly changes things. If Beryl goes for an engage and trades his life for this Varus, maybe you can turn it into something. So I'm hoping that D+, we have Dragon in 3.5 minutes, we have Baron in 2 minutes. Those are the things you're looking for to hopefully capitalize on and look to punish this Varus.
Yeah.
But still, things aren't looking too optimistic. And I think a big problem as well is we have this Ornn with his upgraded Koenig Rukern, and that's kind of it, right? You know, we have big treads across the board in D+, but like, where is the armor on this team? Like, there is, I mean, Locket has like a little bit, and like the Aegis on the Ornn has a little bit, but no one has like real armor on this team. And look at Doctom's items.
Exactly, he's a lethality champion.
Yeah, he is basically doing true damage to a lot of these champions. Or like, maybe not true damage, but he's not that far away. He is doing so much, and especially if Cuz ults someone, forget about it.
It's ridiculous. Spirit Visage is completed here for Cuz as well. And if they get Chemtech Soul, by the way, they will never kill Cuz.
True.
Cuz will get so much health, it'll be ballistic. And now aiming is going to face check. Never mind. Does turn around just in time as Lucid comes on over as well to keep his AD carry alive. I was a little bit worried there for aiming, but he does live. He walks very fast as well. As he's got the very sad until Infinity Edge 4th item build.
Yeah.
But he walks really fast. Like, he runs really, really fast.
Just zoom a good amount.
Look at the positives here.
Trying to get some control over this river area, but Beryl...
Speaking of running fast, Cuz certainly doing that as he puts down his tainted ground.
The thing is, KT are fine, just kind of posturing for a vision, waiting for someone to step up. Barrel.
Yeah, Beryl is not going to get hit by the Chains of Corruption, and now it's Peter that might be in a little bit of trouble, but the Deadly Flourish, it goes wide. Minute and a half on the Drake, but the river control seems very important here to both of these teams.
And it does. Peter's going to recall, get some more wards, get some health back. Nice block from Cuz, so the recall can get stopped. Yeah, definitely a tense one, because even though I've said like Beryl gets exploded when he goes in, also you can see how quickly Peter's health does drop. Support's not too tanky at this point of the game.
Doctor just walks up towards this Baron, just shows the amount of control that KT has, even though they haven't managed to sweep out that particular ward just there.
I love this one. See this one on the left of the screen that Cuz just walked by? Like, there's that sneaky one you can see on the minimap, just a little bit above the mid tower. Spotted. So they can see if they walk up towards Baron. There's some sneaky wards that D+ have been able to get in that haven't been spotted yet. So despite the fact KT have control, there's some wards behind that actually have a good amount of value.
Yeah, that one's actually, that was a big deal. Could have actually been the death of Doctor if they had anyone in the area. As Cuz comes on over, just puts down the kennel. I think it's a kennel. Did we ever figure out what the little house was? I feel like it's a kennel.
Maybe an outhouse?
Yeah. Ah, okay. Nah, it's a kennel. All right, Beryl looking for an angle here. They find the two-man Magnet Storm as the Emperor's Divide gets BDD out of there as Beryl in a whole host of trouble. Into the backline goes Showmaker, but he pops like a balloon. Lucid trying to get himself out of there. Beryl is limping, but alive, at least for the minute. They've taken BDD, but can any of them survive as Perfect with his Flame Spitter is looking to burn them down. There's a couple of kills, aiming. Oh my goodness,
Snipe?
even. Okay, there it is, the flash. Gets aiming to safety. As the Comet did so much damage to aiming on his way out as the curtains
got a dodge.
It being called, and he does flash just to make sure that he survives.
I love how both AD carries would have killed the other if they hadn't flashed, so both forcing that from each other. BDD with a bit of a mistake, I'll be honest, does end up going down for it, but so much has to be committed to end up getting the kill in the end. The KT, and this is kind of actually what I was talking about before, you know, because BDD has flash, yes, they end up catching him out, but it costs them so heavily. KT get the Baron.
And Cuz just doesn't know how to take damage. He's watching the rest of his teammates all die.
Yeah.
And he's like, wait, this thing doesn't hurt, guys. What are you doing? Let's have a look at the replay once again. Emperor's Divide doesn't quite work if BDD on its way out.
BDD just kind of overextended here, ends up going down for it, but it takes so much time, the mobility Vizier, the flash that he has available, and the recourse is massive from KT. A lot is invested, a lot of summoners used by the side of KT, but in the end of the day, they trade up massively in terms of kills, and they do get the Baron.
As he's just protecting Perfect here.
That's how I would respond too.
Me too. In fact, we may have.
Yeah.
Don't quite remember, but it made a noise similar to that as Charm is going to connect onto Peter. I don't think the Eclipse is going to be enough to keep him alive here as the Equalizer still going to be invested. And she was melted. Isn't he supposed to be a tank? What the heck? Showmaker does get himself another Essence Charge, lands another Charm onto Perfect, but it's all just defensive. And even though they find that pick onto Peter, it doesn't matter. The trade is still going straight up here for KT.
Look, Max, there's only one tank in this game, and it's Cuz. No one else is tanky. And D+, think they found a pick, and they get absolutely decimated for it. Inhib going to go down. There's a big wave bot. That Perfect is pushing in. They will move down towards it.
Yeah, BDD already here in position. Man, Doctor does so much damage. Like you were talking about, everyone is investing because it's double AP. Makes a lot of sense. Rumble Azir do a lot of damage. But then you just get obliterated by this Varus, who is really doing work. As DK watching their structures go down. Not a lot of answers here for the team in game number 2.
Yeah, Peter ends up walking up, and obviously he does pay for it, but there's just immediate response. This Equalizer comes in. Again, it's against the terrain, and they just demolish you so quickly.
Every time, it's the Kennel Equalizer combo.
Yeah.
And they cannot do anything about it.
And just the Subjugate plus...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's so... Plus the fact that, you know, BDD has the Blood Letters for the Shred too.
Sundered Sky now completed for Cuz as well. when that procs, he's got Spirit Visage at the same time, and he's Trundle. If he kills someone with that, he's going to get his entire health bar back.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
He's got, I mean, the only armor he has is what Unending Despair has, and it's not like a real armor item.
Much,
it's like a, here's a little bit of both, you know? He just gets shredded. He has 132 armor.
Yeah.
He's less than half the armor he has magic resist. Doctam just massacres him.
Well, Showmaker not able to find too many buttons. Does get the return of the Orb of Deception. This is a bit of a zoning equalizer, and it does exactly that. Gets rid of DK. I don't think they're defending this particular inhibitor. Mid had already been taken. It's just the bottom lane now as the bounties are up and available. KT, so much control of this game. It's their turn to have an almost 10,000 gold lead at 30 minutes. This is almost exactly the time in game one where the game was basically decided unwinnable.
Yep.
And I say that trying my very best to like curse it round the other direction, because I feel like we've been throwing out these it's kind of scripted type comments willy-nilly. Maybe something is going to buck the trend. Maybe DK can find a teamfight angle. I mean, right now it's looking almost hopeless.
They did just get IE for aiming, so he does.
Oh, he does A damage.
He does A damage. You know, maybe if all the KT end up low and he just ults and just shoots 4 bullets and gets 4 kills.
Well, they also have 2 of the ornaments upgraded as well.
You know what the problem with what I just said? They have to be low. Yeah, who's going to get them low?
Will Cuz ever be low again?
No.
In this game?
Probably not.
And
the thing is as well is that Shiwu does have a good amount of health, and when he dies, he heals Cuz.
Yeah, Cuz like gets his whole health bar back.
Yeah.
Spirit Visage also does buff your passive. It's kind of silly.
Plus the healing from the Chemtech Drakes.
Chemtech Drakes and Sundered Sky, and in a minute and a half, it's Chemtech Soul. That is disgusting.
Yeah, shouldn't be allowed.
He's like a reset champion, and the reset mechanic is get your whole health bar back.
And even, you know, sometimes you have these situations where you do like a Baron or a Dragon, and you come in and you know, if you're doing Baron and the jungler's low because he's been tanking it.
Oh, yeah.
But then he just like, he kills it and the Trundle's just full HP.
Yep. And he doesn't take damage from Baron, so unfortunately we don't really get to see it. But he really had full health at the end of the Baron last time.
Yeah, not like full health, but actually minus 100. No, like full health.
Yeah, really fuller health.
Yeah.
As Peter is going to get charmed. Deadly Flourish is going to connect there as well. They almost got through half of the health bar of the Leona. If she's able to press that button, she's feeling all right as Cuz. Great dodge out of the way of this Ram. One chomp. And all of the health bar comes back again. Equalizer now on cooldown though, as the Subjugate was also invested in that little skirmish. But it's 3 ults on the side of DK. The investments certainly answered.
Actually, I think Showmaker uses as well, so it's 4. They only have barrels. It is not looking good. KT gonna push in this bot wave as well.
Yeah, this is not going to be long for the world, as even the Harpoons feels like an ultimate's hitting Lucid there. Does a lot of damage. Just to flip on over. As we can see, KT wanting to fall back towards this dragon.
They want a soul. They want to see, for science. They want to know how much healing.
How incredibly impossible.
Speaking of science.
Doctor.
He wants to know how much damage his arrow can do.
Yeah, got it. He thankfully does not fire it, because that would somewhat give away his position, as BDD over here, he's the one tasked with taking down this dragon. Beryl doing his best to clear vision around the Baron, which has now respawned.
That was through Celestial Opposition, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, often you see teams, when it's Soul, the team who isn't the one who can get Soul, they'll like go over towards Baron, they'll be like, hey, you want to go towards Soul, we'll threaten Baron. KT don't even allow that to happen. They're like, no, we'll just let BDD do it and we'll just hover in the mid lane so you can't even threaten the prospect.
Yep.
Now Soul secured and they can just lean towards Baron again and threaten that.
And it's exactly a mirror of what happened in game 1.
Yep.
Showmaker took it on Talia, and they were over towards the Baron on the other side. Because, I mean, I feel like just walk into 5 of them and see whether they can do a damage to you.
Limit test?
Yeah, I think that might be the way. Is he building a GA as well? Maybe. That would be silly, because then he'd come back to life, and then they'd have to try and do it again. And then he'd be right in Chemtech Soul range. Oh, golly. All right, well, Peter looking for a little bit of an angle here, as there goes the kennel. Oh, this is equalizer territory. This is so scary. Perfect in position. There goes the equalizer. They do try to jump over it, but the Emperor's Divide keeps them at bay. Doctom locks down the kill onto Beryl, and in the blink of an eye, they all just disappear. It's the KT magic trick, and DK, I'm not quite sure where they turned up.
Yeah, I was watching it because his health bar didn't move, not a millimeter, so...
Oh, that's a shame. We want to see it bouncing back and forth because of all the healing.
Yeah, KT, you know it's going to come out to try and stop them, but I don't think they can do much here.
No, the curtains have been called, but not for KT. They're looking for this last remaining Nexus turret, and of course, in this tiebreaker, we are going the distance. DK, they get to answer a KT. This is what we were expecting out of KT here today. A little bit of a slow start, but finally we get to see them. They're going to need to do it one more time in the deciding match, this 3-game series.
I'm going to be honest, I would have been really disappointed if after that game 1, with how KT had been playing recently, we saw another disappointing game 2, so it's good we got the answer back. Both teams have shown a high level of play today, just in different games. I'm hoping our game 3 is a close one, because right now both games it feels like one team took control, really drove the pace of the game, and didn't give much opportunity for a comeback. So
it's beautiful calligraphy here.
I think
time to prove ourselves indeed.
For sure. I think the only thing I can say on this is right now both teams making good cases for themselves that they deserve to be in the Legend group.
I think it's now kind of on even footing as we head towards the deciding game. For DK fans, you're probably feeling all right because you do get side selection again. So far, blue side has been very, very good. But Doctom, man, doing so much damage here. But this game was all about Perfect for me. I feel like Perfect just turned around what was a very forgettable game 1 and was the guy in the early stages alongside Cuz, really getting things done. Beautifully, beautifully set up for this deciding game. And guys, if you were to ask me what's going to happen in the 3rd game, absolutely no idea. No, not even the foggiest. As let's go to a short break. When we get back, Space is going to break it down. We'll have that game 3.
좋아. 천천히. 뭉쳐있지 마. 뭉쳐있지 마. 너무 미쳐. 야, 레벨터. 오른 빨았어. 오른 빨아. 나 피리. 네, 잡아놨고. 오른 잡아, 오른. 미드는 끝났거든. 미드 가자. 끝낼만 하냐? 끝낼만 할 듯. 앞에도 있어. 램프는 다. 기둥 3초. 아리 노궁. 진궁 내가 맞아줄게, 조심. 탑 큰 웨이브 살리자. 위에 거 타부터 쳐보자, 이번에. 아리 노궁. 그냥 타워 쳐, 그냥. 내가 맞을게. 끊었고. 안돼, 이거 조심. 타워 천천히. 다 같이만 맞지 마, 스킬. 타워. 자, 매우. 앞필이. 야, 잡고 하자. 벌써. 앞필이 잡았고. 아리. 노플. 진 노플. 여기.
KT are probably not going to be fighting for this dragon. Oh no, they are. They say so.
적을 처치했습니다.
And was going for a flank. Little did he know, instead he was going to just die. But now, curtains have been called. Oh, Emperor's Divide just to try and get rid of Cuz, who is immortal, quite actually, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect going to get his revenge, as it's a triple, make it a quadra for BDD. He just needs one more. He really doesn't want BDD to pick this one up as Doctom's tanking the turret. They need to tag him. The Deadly Flourish needs to land. It's a seismic shove. The connection. BDD gets the
이게 안 돼?
Topside shoot, trying to make his way out. The Unbreakable Will there from Life. And Shiu will be able to boot Berserker back. They're trying to get this kill over to the Zeri, but he almost just dies to the turret. Guys, just kill him. Just kill him, please. Is now Life is going to take him down. Shiu going to turn it in the meantime.
어떻게 잡았냐?
There's the equalizer. It's a good one, but the Poppy ult is even better as they go all in onto one target. Down goes Owner, and the smite goes the way of Peanut. And now this is really rough times for the side of T1 as English Peanut, but there's no damage follow-up.
Going to that Featherstorm pretty early on. Permafrost goes down. He's trying to kite as best he can. Has the perfect execution. Max range from Faker is going to lock down the kill. He does die, but Kalich is also now in trouble as he does have to snap back. That is still Gideon picking up the kill there as he equalizer in fantastic position. And Lahens is just dancing around this fight like a ballerina. And the harpoon just one-shots the Jhin. Is Rumble a better AD carry than Jhin? What the heck was that, Kingan? Assassinate for Nongshim! Moving over, teleport is going to bring him in as Trovan throws her off to the side. There's the heroic charge. As a big shield from Duro, and the equalizer, fantastic once again, right on top of Chovy, but he just walks his way out, and now Keen continuing to fight here. The dive forward from Duro, he gets a big heal from that Primal Surge, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end as the re-engage comes through the face breaker, the haymaker, it's Chovy all over again!
We all knew it. We all knew what was going to happen. It was following the script that we followed all season long. It will go to a game 3 in the tiebreaker, the appetizer for actually the match that's happening on this weekend. Digon here alongside Wolfenwood did as KT tied things up 1-1 in our tiebreaker to see who will be in the Legends group and who will be in the Rise group for rounds 3 through 5. And a much more impressive performance here by KT, y'all.
I mean, we all knew it. We all knew it. I mean, yeah.
That's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah. That's just how it goes. And also about the draft, you know, like I feel like KT had much better draft in terms of the mid lane pick. I feel like it clearly shows that DK have some disadvantage during the draft.
Yeah, so I mean, I looked at both of these guys when this draft was finished, and I was like, if KT can't win with this draft, they're not a legend team.
That is what you said. that is what you said.
That is what I feel like this, you know, people may have forgotten because we're all on the roller coaster and the craziness. This is about that. If you're tuning in late, if you're not sure why LCK is on, you thought the season is over, it's because whoever wins this goes to the legend group, right? And KT here, they end up getting the Trundle into the blind Ornn here that gets picked into Rumble as a response, but kind of forget about the Trundle. They don't grab the Azir, as Wadid is mentioning, so you end up having a lack of prio. Once again, the Varus into the Jhin here, where they have counterpick there as well on blue side. It just feels like everything went all wrong here for D+. On both of these games, I feel like the tempo was decided by draft, by lane prio, and by lane matchups, and D+ really dropped the ball here, in my opinion.
Yeah, Showmaker didn't pick up the Azir, and I think that Abel's Trundle looks really free, like in this kind of case, and I feel like Ahri is not the great answer to it as well. So we're gonna see the replays, but I feel like Azir pick was on point from KT side.
Yeah, and we've seen in previous drafts last week, you pick the tank and the Trundle at the same time if you want to pick into that. Otherwise, you're just waiting to get counterpicked. Here at 15 minutes, though, in highlight number 1, we get to see a couple of things, one of them being one of 2 perfect ultimates here.
Yeah, and Dokdam here, he was baiting out because they know that they have the better setup, and I feel like it was really great play by Dokdam in general, and we have to talk about the equalizer as well in this case.
Yeah, the equalizer's a bit phenomenal. He had a great laning phase here, perfect. Really helps zone and crush the end of this fight here. As you can see, as they retreat, he denies the retreat, does a ton of damage, gets a slow there onto Xiu. And like you mentioned, Dokdam's bait there, he has cleanse, so he can actually cleanse the initial engage there from Beryl, and then just barely spaces himself away from the Magnet Storm. They turn that engage. Some of these fights in this game were D+ trying to find an in, trying to find that angle where they can get to the objective, because they don't have prio, they don't have control, and so Beryl's doing his best, but they're just too far behind.
Well, that's a perfect segue to highlight number 2. Yet another opportunity where D+ start the fight. They're the ones that see the angle here, and is yet another counteracting perfect equalizer to close things off.
All you need to see is BDD here. You just see Azir and track Azir. Like, he's just free hitting, not getting interrupted at all. He's just hitting the front line.
Oh my gosh.
And he's dealing so much damage with Trundle, especially because Trundle is known as counter on tank. So I feel like it was just kind of like draft gap as well, but also BDD is known as best Azir player in LCK. So I feel like Showmaker not picking Azir in the right moment was a huge disadvantage from DK.
And it's just fights like these where KT are positioned to both be able to control the objective, but then to kite back into a choke point where the equalizer is going to get value, where the re-engage is super clean. And if you try to pull off onto BDD there, they just collapse onto you. So BDD just gets to sit there and free hit. He's not afraid of anything. Just a clean game from KT after what was kind of an abysmal disaster start to this series. Just like you expect in a series like this, you know? There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. And whoever's on the up in this next game is going to the Legend group.
So for game 1, KT lost because they gave up bot priority by themselves, right? And DK lost the game 2 because they gave up Azir themselves. So I'm not sure what's going to happen for game 3, but you shouldn't give up the advantage from the draft when you can clearly see that is the point of the draft.
Again, setting the stakes, we're having this tiebreaker because these teams were equal on match score, game score, and head-to-head through rounds 1 and 2. They will play yet again this Saturday for the road to MSI, the opportunity to make it to MSI as the 6th and 5th seeds. But for the rest of the season, do you want to be playing down with 6 through 10, or do you want to be playing up with 1 through 5, getting better practice? That's what's on the line here.
I think a lot of it is, obviously you get a guaranteed spot in play-ins, even if you're 5th place in the Legend group, but a lot of it's pride. A lot of it's saying, I'm a Legend team. I'm not a Rise team. I'm top 5. I'm not bottom 5. And I think a lot of teams, these teams who got a lot of sponsors, got a lot of fans, are really trying to make sure they can be in the elite club. You don't want to be on the bottom side. You want to be on the west side.
And also, I was the one who's saying that Rise group feels better, but I feel like a Legend group is so much better now because the 4th place and the 5th place is much closer than before. So I feel like you have better chance to go into the playoffs directly if you're just better than one team, then you're just directly into the playoff. But in the Rise group, you're not actually guaranteed for the play-ins yet. So I feel like just being Legend group feels so much better.
Yeah, I also just think about the mind games that could be happening here, right? Where the teams kind of had to win to make it on in, but also what were they showing in their drafts earlier last week? Or were they showing something that they might be playing now? And then also, because they're playing again on Saturday, do you want to show something that you might be showing in Game 3? Or do you hold off and try to save it off?
I think D+ really dropped the ball here because of the open trundle and the fact that, I mean, when you look at the picks that came through here, it's like, it's perfect on Rumble. It's his best
One
pick.
of those champs that he knows how to play, yeah.
For BDD, you know? Like,
Yeah.
this shouldn't come as a surprise. This is not a secret. This is not some hidden strategy.
Yeah.
This is super face-up. And D+ did win Game 1, so they have that opportunity to close it out in 3, but momentum is not on their side.
So the KT roller coaster, what goes up, sometimes come down, sometimes not. For the script for D+, sometimes, or always, it's a Game 1 win, a Game 2 heartbreak, but sometimes it's ended as a good story, not just a tragedy. Let's find out what happens here. Tiebreaker time, game number 3. Who will win? Let's find out.
And I'd like to say that we are now in uncharted territory, but it's pretty charted, to be honest, between these two teams. You never really know what is going to happen, though, on the day. DK, they could just turn it back around once again. They have the blue side. KT, though, they may have just shaken their sillies out in game number 1 and figured things out for the second game. The thing is, I feel like this whole series, KT have been drafting a level above DK. That's what we're going to have to see shift here for D+ here if they do want to make it to that Legend group.
Something I'll say, though, a lot of great picks for KT are off the table. You know,
True.
You look at the fact that the Wukong is gone for Cuz, the undefeated Rise is gone for BDD, his Azir is gone, the Scion and the Rumble gone for Perfect. I feel like the top side of KT lost access to a lot of picks they'd really love to have on hand. We do get into the bans pretty quickly. We see the Yone going to remain a perma ban for D+ in this series, getting rid of the Yorick for Perfect as well, and the Calista staying a ban once the Talia Poppy taken off the cards. Pantheon coming through as a ban again. Xin Pantheon by full respect towards Lucid, but that does mean that Gwen is available. And remember, Rumble now off the cards. Jace is an option though, if they want to pick that into the Gwen, but we haven't seen too much Jace priority so far this series.
Yeah, not from Perfect as well throughout the season at the same time. There are certainly some players where you're like, well, let's not give him the Jace. It's not necessarily Perfect that comes to mind at the top of that list. Giving away Gwen is a big risk. And KT, they knew this was going to be the first pick. What is the answer? That's what I'm looking forward to, as the Victor doesn't necessarily scream, no more Gwen. Certainly pretty arcane vibe, though. That's pretty cool. Maybe it's Victor Jace for the true arcane comp.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they were friends in the lore originally, but by the end of the series, well, we shouldn't spoil, you know.
Yeah, because some people haven't seen it.
Yeah, you know, certain people who aren't here today for good reason.
Yeah.
As they haven't seen it.
Yeah, largely because of this Game 3, where we're going to lock in arcane-themed champions. Looking forward to the Caitlyn AD carry. It's going to be a whole lot of fun, and there it is.
So, you know, a matchup that does favor the Jace in the top lane, where you do want to keep that Gwen down. Both these champions have received nerfs since we saw them at the start of the season. And the Victor, definitely a pick with a good amount of priority as we get later in the series, more mids taken away. But the Senna Naught coming through. Really strong bot lane duo. We've seen Senna consistently banned in the second rotation. D+ looking to pick it up here. What will the response be from KT? Do they pick an AD carry now to match into it before options are banned away?
It's an interesting one. I think Brawn value is certainly pretty high as well.
Oh my god.
Full arcane. It's actually happening.
Arcane?
Okay, what are the rest of the options? Warwick jungle? That has to happen. Vi's banned, so she can't go somewhere. Don't know whether she's the best support, but she's banned every game. We never really know. Maybe she's...
Jinx support?
Jinx support is not a thing. I did consider that one.
Make it a thing.
I mean, you could make it a thing. Warwick support. He could just play multiple roles. Echo support, surely.
Yeah, I mean, that makes
Echo jungle Warwick support. Heimerdinger, Caitlyn Heimer.
True, that's actually so much better than anything we said. Really.
What was I thinking?
Man, it was right in front of us.
Oh, the whole time. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe they actually just picked 3 arcane.
Guys,
so we're talking about it.
Did anyone tell KT we're playing League of Legends and not TFT? because
Oh, the 5-stack arcane. I wonder what the buff you get
also
is.
D+ are going for this like Shadow Isles vibe sort of composition.
Oh yeah, true.
You know, I mean, I know Nautilus is like tilt over, but he's got the
Bilgewater. Come on, I read you that lore.
But he's got the vibe of the sort of, you know.
Yeah, no, he definitely like Deep Sea as well as Mistlands. Yeah, it's like that. The Shadow Isles. That's the same sort of vibe. All right, couple of junglers, 2 tanky ones being taken away here by DK, and Cuz the only option left is Warwick or Echo jungle if he wants to. That is fine too. Jarvan, we didn't see him yet. Maybe this is a spoiler for the next season.
Jarvan was not in Arcane, guys. I can confirm that.
He was not in Arcane.
Chronicler, if he was here, could not confirm that because he didn't watch Season 2 of Arcane. For all he knows, Jarvan could have been in it, so...
Hey, actually, that's a really good point. So we could just say that he was in it. Then those like Chronicler would be like, wow, I can't wait to see Jarvan in Season 2. That's going to be sick. Nocturne.
So Chronicler might think this is still an Arcane comp, but he wouldn't be the wiser. So yeah, let's just continue that.
Yeah, there it is. Heimerdinger is still an option, as Peter could play Beryl's signature champion from one of his World
Nocturne
Championships.
Is continuing Shadow Isles vibes.
Annie is certainly pretty sinister.
It is. This is like the sinister vibe, right?
Yeah.
I think for D+, that's a sinister composition.
Oh god, we're not doing it again, are we? When Lahens locked this in, we didn't like it, but it did win.
Peter did say, "Oh my god." Okay, this is really important. Peter was co-streaming that. Okay, I think the Brom's better. I think the Brom's better.
Goodness.
But Peter was co-streaming when Lahens played Morg.
Yeah.
And it popped up.
Oh,
and
Tahm Kench.
It said the last player to play Morgana was Peter, and he lost. And he said, and then when Lahens won, he said, "I'm not that guy. Lahens is that guy." and he says, "You know what? I'm not that guy. I'm gonna play Tahm Kench." A lot of safety from it.
He did. Definitely a bit of a Bilgewater battle between the supports as well, on theme.
For all Chronicler knows, Tahm Kench could have been in Season 2 of
I can't
Arcane.
wait for Season 3 with Jarvan and Tahm Kench, man. They're 2 of my favorite characters. Their lore is so cool as well. The lore behind that little top hat.
Yeah.
Oh, I cannot wait for everyone to know.
Yeah.
So incredibly cool.
Well, I think in terms of keeping with the theme, D+ have maintained the sinister vibe, right?
Oh, yeah.
We kind of got a little bit off the rails with the KT comp. It kind of feels like they started off with Arcane and then they just mixed in Bruiser, you know?
Yeah, they teched it in because maybe Arcane only goes
But
to
like
3.
that's what that's what you normally do in TFT. Like you normally just like mix in like, you mix traits, right? You'll have like the Arcane, you'll have like maybe like 3 Bruiser.
You don't normally get enough spatulas to be able to make the full 10 stack these days.
Exactly. So it does make sense, you know?
Yep. As Cloud Templar having a little bit of a cry, represented by Amumu there. And D+, having a look, I haven't actually really considered these compositions. I'm going to be honest with you, Orcs. I was mainly focused on the Arcane situation, but I feel like D+ going to be very happy with how this one went. However, there is a lot of lane control here for KT. Let's see whether the red side can come out on top, or whether it's DK going all the way.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh my god. I haven't heard. Oh, we are. All right, we are just rumbling. That is so much damage. Peter knocking them all into the sky as Shiu's joining in. Beryl running away. He walked back. Why did you walk back, Beryl? Oh my goodness. All right, well, that's a pretty. That's a way to get into the game.
Of course.
Yeah,
guys.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Who would have expected any different?
Do you know what they were talking about in chat moments ago? Enjoying ARAM. And that was
guys,
basically what we just saw.
So, I don't know, you know when we used to have IF and ARIF, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know if you know this, but the etiquette in those modes was for everyone to go top lane level 1 and fight, right?
Well, that's what we're doing.
It was just the etiquette. And sometimes your comp wasn't good at that, but you still did it anyway because it was polite. Right? And you would lose, and it would feel bad, but
and this is from the Englishman. This is from the Englishman.
It's just good manners.
Cricket is all about manners.
Exactly.
Okay, that is what he's been brought up on.
And look, right? Now Perfect has a kill, and he bought boots, and that feels bad for Shiwu. But it would have been very rude if he wasn't to show up top lane for that level 1 fight. And I respect D+ for doing so.
Yeah. Now, Peter and Dr. I'm going to see whether they can put the pressure onto this center lane. And of course, right now, Caitlyn has an absolute lane range advantage. Aiming, after he stacks this thing up a little bit, he will be the one with a range advantage. It'll take a few stacks, though.
Yeah.
It's like 100 plus, I think, is probably what you'd need to be able to match that of a Caitlyn.
I mean, it's like you start at like 600 for aiming, and Caitlyn's 650, so it doesn't take that much. But the problem is, it's just Caitlyn has so much damage on her autos, like when you have a headshot, and you kind of have to go like auto Q and then back away. It's okay to trade into it, but the problem is, like, if you go auto Q, that's your trade as a center, right? And Caitlyn could just keep autoing you, and as you run away, she's autoing you, and you can't go long trades on a center early. And you kind of need, like, to get later in the game before you can go, like, up into Caitlyn's face.
Yeah.
But I think the way the drafts have kind of panned out is, like, KT have this, like, longer range, more poke-focused composition, and D+ are like, let's kill that. And the Tahm Kench is kind of like that piece of like, please don't.
Yeah, it's also an incredible anti-Nocturne tool.
Yes.
If you know where Lucid's going, you can just gobble him up.
Yeah, yeah. But it does mean I feel like the Tahm Kench, you know, the Braum would have been like, it wouldn't have done much against the Nocturne in the, compared to like the Tahm Kench, but, you know, would have given a bit more, I feel, pressure in the all-in in the bot lane. And the Morgana, I think really just, I don't think that champion does that much, but at least in the 2v2 with the Caitlyn, there's a lot of pressure.
Oh, yeah.
And you would have probably one lane harder, but... Oh,
baby.
man.
Yeah, gonna get knocked up as Peter's going in. This is a man on a mission right now. He wants Legend Group, and he doesn't want to waste any time, as Cuz in this brush, Jarvan has been a champion that Cuz has absolutely loved in the past.
Yep.
We know this guy is a very aggressive jungler, and Jarvan is like the king of level 3 ganks, right? So that's why he's sitting in that brush. He is a level up, but this time he manages to get himself a Rift Scuttler, and it's nowhere near as dire as it was in game number 1, which is what we're going to be comparing this to a lot, given the fact that this is the sides they were on.
You know, with the Victor as well, you jump on someone, you get that initial kill for the Victor, the Arcane Storm goes crazy, and you can really take off in a team fight. I also want to mention that initial assist, you get those extra stacks for the Victor. It actually makes a big difference early.
Oh dear, Peter going to be blocking some anchors here as Beryl's in a whole host of trouble. Remember, there's grey health to go through here. Beryl, he could just be dead. The piercing darkness, not enough to keep him up. And Peter doesn't even press the button. He's able to get all of that health regen, and he is back to being good.
I feel like so much of the talking point for KT has been Cuz and BDD on this roster. But I really feel like Peter has been such a hero for this team since he got brought up, and he is proving it right now, finding the 2v2 kill on a Beryl, on a champion like Tahm Kench as well. You don't think of Tahm Kench, not for a long time, as a champion where you're finding kills in the 2v2, setting up engages, and yet here he is.
Yeah.
Gets the tongue lash for the slow, the W, makes sure he blocks the dredge line as well.
Everything went wrong for Beryl that could go wrong,
yeah.
I think, in that play.
Gets the stun, Dr. has the lethal tempo stacked up.
와, 너무 고마워.
Yep, thank you very much, says says BDD.
It's got to feel good. You know,
yeah.
This is such a high-pressure series, so much on the line, and you just see your bot lane gets a 2v2 kill, a level 4, as Caitlyn Tahm Kench.
Doesn't feel great. And somehow, by 5.5 minutes, Beryl's managed to die twice.
Oh,
as the shock loss goes so far away, actually. Still.
I'd say, you know, Jay's not a pick we've seen Perfect lean towards too much. Still ahead in the lane, but did start it with Bold Advantage. Oh no.
Oh dear, I've seen this one before, and the anchor goes entirely wide. He's going to have to flash, because of course there is a Yordle snap trap in the way. Cupcake looking delicious, but not going to be helping Beryl out.
Boulder seems a little panicked, you know. I think the dredge line he did as well earlier wasn't really going anywhere either, so...
Yeah.
He's not to be playing well into this matchup. Perfect will not connect with another Shock Blast, though.
Shock Blasts are not his favorite part about Jace. As we can see here, as I've seen this play before, and I'm a little bit worried. Aiming, looking for a bit of a snare here as Cuz going to get hit by the anchor. Beryl still going in. He is not afraid of anything at all. As Showmaker flashes, gets the stun, and Doctom! Why are we standing there, buddy? That's not what you want to be doing, and DK going to use this to head towards the Dragon. And we haven't spoken about the Nocturne that much in the context of the game, but that is one Paranoia, one kill.
Yep, good start there coming out from D+. You know, we always talk about the Nocturne getting that value from that first ultimate. Honestly, not even sure if they absolutely needed it there. Showmaker making the play onto the Caitlyn.
Flash tithers, though. I mean, Annie hasn't been out that long, so knowing about flash tithers is not, or flash stuns is not really.
Yeah, give it a few years.
Yeah. We'll get used to it. No, Dr. just found himself as the one that couldn't get away, unfortunately. He's just kind of milling about. Yeah, it was that extra walk forward that was just not what he's supposed to do.
Yeah. Pops the Paranoid to secure the kill. Make sure he doesn't get a chance to flash. But, yeah, D+ get the Dragon off the back of that, so they'll definitely take it. It is a Chemtech Dragon second, so none of the Chemtech sold and focused up for game 3.
All right, that's going to even things out quite a bit. 600 gold is not enough here for KT at this stage of the game. If we talk about things like scaling and stuff like that, I feel like it's Victor versus Gwen as far as the top side of the map scaling options. And Caitlyn and Senna are both going to be feeling okay moving later and later into the game, although Senna, of course, scales that a little bit more infinitely than her opposition, but doesn't have a Tahm Kench. I feel like the Tahm Kench will allow Dr. to do a lot more weird stuff once he has level 6, of course. So it might be that last play not going to be quite as bad when Peter does ding that.
I think that's the thing. T+ comp is so committed just to dive in this backline, and as long as Peter is in a position to save someone, right, save that key target, like BDD is going to have a Zhonya's eventually. As long as you can save like Dr. or Perfect, I think it's going to be really difficult for D+ to sort of turn things around. Like, you know, Nocturne and Annie can be kind of binary in how they need to function in these late game fights, and if you can't operate in that way, you're going to feel really bad.
Perfect, gonna boop shield away here. And I imagine a lot of what DK are going to be trying to do is getting the Devour cooldown before they start any of these fights. So positioning going to be important still for KT, because they can't just throw away that very important ability.
Yeah.
Peter gets engaged on. He's going to get that health bar back up. Aiming, pushing forward. See Beryl, you can feel that he wants to go in. As Anchor just going to land straight up onto Dr. and Dr. just going to stand there. Does get a headshot, pushes him away. All right, Showmaker coming in once again as Kuz walks straight to the wall. Showmaker's health bar not exactly looking the best as the Shock Blast is going to connect. That was a good one there from Perfect, who's got his eye in now. And another Abyssal Dive coming on through there from Peter. He's going to get the flash out from aiming. That's a huge deal here for the KT bottom lane that are in the top lane. We need a better name for that. The duo? KT duo?
Yeah, that works. Peter now level 6 as well, so an extra safety net. Beryl did have that available. Was trying to look for an angle, didn't find it. Perfect playing very aggressive. Lucid might be looking for something, but Kuz is in the brush, so I think they can win this.
Yeah, there's the knock-up, and to the skies is exactly where Perfect sends him. Well, teleport comes in from Peter, who has an unsealed spellbook, so he just wanted to come back to lane, and plates aplenty over to KT.
I mean, I said I think they can win this. I didn't think they would win it that quick.
Oh, Lucid has to flash.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, I was thinking it'd be the bait-in play and let Lucid come in, turn it around. That was just the immediately hit him over the head with a hammer, and it was pretty effective.
Yeah.
Shibu goes down, they get some plates in. This Jace really starting to build up a lead, almost 1,000 at this point. Definitely feeling great. Flash down from Lucid as well, and KT feeling pretty positive about this game so far.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Red Side with a lead in the early game as well, which is kind of crazy, as in goes Kuz, and out goes the Gwen.
Like, the insurance policy of the Tahm Kench as well is going to be better.
The only people more enthusiastic than the KT coaching staff is everyone in LoL Park today, who are right now at the absolute edges of their seats. Because no one knows, even like especially with a good start to this game, I don't even know whether that's a good thing for KT.
Well, it's definitely better than a bad start to the game, I think, maybe.
I think too.
Probably? It should be, in theory.
I'm not confident. I'm not confident in my assessment of what is likely. However, I do know what is possible, and that is that both teams could win this game. 1.2 thousand gold is not anywhere near enough, and we're not going to get another Chemtech Soul. So Orcs, it turns out everything is fine now after 2 games. And we're going to get a different Soul.
Yep.
I'm really hoping that it's a Cloud, because I really thought it was going to be a Cloud last game, and it wasn't.
It also makes sense thematically, like the Cloud blows away the Chemtech fumes.
Yeah, there we go. That'd be perfect. So hopefully the game code has listened, and we'll just put in that RNG seed.
Yeah, we do see AD TPing back in. The Dragon going down pretty quickly, though. KT looking to move in.
Yeah, Cuz unseen for now, as they do have vision of this, exactly what's going on. Cuz just going to get on through, just walks in. That's not even the smite. That's BDD that takes the Dragon, and Dawning Shadow comes on through. Cuz is going to go down. The Tahm Kench as well, and BDD has to flash to get himself out of there. Does manage to get to safety. 2 for the Dragon is going to come on through, and it's an Infernal Soul. So we're not too sad about it. Still some movement speed tech there with the cinders all over the ground. So it's not the end of the world.
Don't think it feels like too good of a play for KT there. In the end, 2 go down, so that gold lead they had vanishes, and it's just 1 Dragon in pocket for it. And to be honest, the fact they even got the Dragon was a bit of a flip in the end.
A bit?
Well, a lot of a flip.
Yeah,
it was
Victor got it.
The fact that Victor got it. They go in for the play, it's actually interrupted by Beryl. And then here, they gobble up.
And then he goes straight back out the same way.
And they just don't quite have the damage to finish off Lucid, you know? BDD gets CC'd up, he flashes out. We don't get flashes used by Tom or Jarvan. And also, Peter died before he could get his grey health off, was CC'd. And Docdown wasn't even really in position to follow up.
Oh, Peter's ghosted. And Showmaker is just going to stop him. There's a max range anchor. That should hold him in position here. He does manage to eat the grey health this time. And there's that flash you were talking about. Everything is used by Peter, but does get him to safety.
But he does have Spellbook, so
yeah,
he's just unlocked options.
Just get a new summoner spell, you know? And he will be able to get one relatively quickly as Showmaker getting harassed out here by BDD. Okay, plates, all of that money. Over to KT here. 625. You can see the gold is not 600 in the lead for KT, despite a lot of other things being equal.
Yep. I will say KT at the moment, you know, 1 objective away from feats of strength. Do have 3 grubs in pocket as well, so
yep.
Despite the gold being even, a lot of things for them to feel good about. And they also have stacking items with the Rod of Ages stacking up for the Victor and the Yuntal stacking up for Caitlyn. A little bit of a power trough at the moment. So they aren't too sad about the fact things are a little slow for them right now.
Yeah. Perfect, wanting to get those 2 items, like you're saying, just wanting to bide their time. KT have been a team that aren't necessarily that good biding their time. Often they will just fight if they feel like the thing looks like a good option, even if it's not necessarily based on their items. Pedal, please. As Perfect is just going to look to take the first turret. And that is going to be secured. There's not going to be a response, so that will be feats of strength over to KT. Some upgraded footwear going to come in. As now Doctarm wanting to get a bit of peace made through here. Let's see how it goes. It's pretty close.
With the shot. And in return, we'll see some camps stolen away.
Yep. Yeah, Perfect and Cuz getting to work over there. And Perfect will be able to pick up a red buff of his own if he would like to. Right now just going to throw a Shock Blast into the Nether. 800 gold the lead for KT. So as the dust settles, KT move into picking up a bit more of a lead. As Showmaker has a bit of a giggle. And we'll be able to get this lane shoved. Pyroblast going to help out with that. Now looking for something to throw a bear at. As Doctarm hits Beryl, does get through the Titan's Wrath, as it's just vision being whittled down.
Dangerous to step up here. They do have vision of Lucid.
Ooh, man, that snap trap. Pretty close.
Okay, they have backup from the Victor here. Tahm Kench as well, so should be able to clear this wave out. But damage done to the tower. You see second item picked up now for Perfect. He's the one with the big lead on the side of KT, so it's only 800 gold overall for KT.
Yep, that's a full transformation straight away as well. It's a big deal.
Yeah, so the Jace is really strong. Perfect. Everything really in his hands at the moment in terms of power for this team. And I think setting him up for success, getting control for him, and really for this team as a whole. I feel like when setting up for objectives, if KT are the ones with vision control in the area, if they can sort of fire, they can have the trap line set up, they can fire shock blasts at D+, deny vision so you can't just ult in immediately, that is where KT are going to come out ahead. And then the other side of that, if we end up in a scenario where D+, have flank angles, denying vision, can get like Showmaker or Shiu on a flank, that's when it's going to feel dangerous.
Yeah. Well, Dust not settling yet. 800 going to be in it between these two. And I feel like here at 17.5 minutes, this is the closest it's been all series long. We might have a game with a little bit more back and forth than what we've seen prior, as BDD didn't really take damage there. That's all right. As I say that, in goes Cuz, out goes Cuz. Barrel loses a lot of health. Yeah.
Not good right before the objective. Like, he's half HP, and he doesn't really have sustain in his kit.
Yeah, just a Doran's Blade isn't going to be helping him out too much.
Yeah, probably has a little bit of lifesteal in the runes as well, but it'll take like more than this wave, and especially if he gets chunked out by aiming. Again, he has rapid fire cannon already. He can go for the Black Cleaver second, so
he
really
just likes this build, I guess. As this is exactly what he built on Jhin in the last game. So he hasn't built the Swifties yet. It's okay, Cuz throwing flags in. As Banana Brush, the consideration, Shiu and BDD facing off, but the wave in control by BDD right now. Snap Trap's going down as the Rift Herald is going to park itself in mid. See whether this is going to get them. The turret will need more than a charge, but this turret is now extraordinarily low. Shelly will be taken out. They clear out the wave. That is very, very close to leaving, as aiming one more shot will probably do it. And he does have that one charged up. Not quite there just yet. And now Cuz moving on in just to take down the vision in this area. We'll see whether they do actually start this, as KT still trying to defend the skeleton that represents this turret right now. There it goes. Amy just walks over and takes it down. Doctorm was in vision momentarily. Throws down the trap. There's the flash forward. Doctorm is caught yet again. This time the Devour going to be there for him, as she was teleported in, and DK taking control of the Dragon. Another teleport to come through, BDD delivered, and another hook and a land from Barrel. And they just secure the Drake by pressing the light switch.
Just get completely routed. DK put the pressure on mid, take the tower. Doctorm's low, forced away. Doesn't get an opportunity to pick up honey fruit or anything. He's low HP. They force the Devour, and suddenly the pressure mounts onto KT, and they aren't able to contest the Dragon. A nice pickup there for D+.
Yep, and this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Like, get the Devour cooldown by landing one of your abilities before the fight has broken out in earnest, and you're almost guaranteed to win, right? Then all of your tools actually do things. The Tahm Kench isn't able to find the same level of value as, oh dear, depth charge going to come on through as Doctorm knocked up into the sky. Does take the snare, but the rest of KT will turn up. Cataclysm into the backline, and there is the ace in the hole. Aiming, keeping himself alive for so long, though finally he goes down, and KT do have enough in the tank. It's a double for perfect. And KT, they show DK that they can win fights too.
An overcommit from D+, trying to catch Dectum, but he didn't use his flash there. Doctorm still had that available, and they end up getting trapped in the ult from Cuz. End up falling prey to the Arcane Storm. The resets come in, the damage is there, and they will turn onto the Arakan.
Yep, and we can see the value, right? Like, this is a Cataclysm comp, right? You can layer so many circles. There's like a gravity field in there. There's the knock-up from the Tahm Kench's Abyssal Dive. And there's everything else. You can even put traps in there if you want to.
Yep.
And we saw Cuz able to get right into the backline with it.
Just a bit too far. And then, aiming's so squishy. Once he's trapped in there with no flash, the reset comes in. It just starts absolutely melting.
I mean, if you don't have flash, you're just dead, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty much. And it's not only the fact that it's a huge fight, you get all these summoner spells from D+, you get the Arakan, which is permanent stats in favor of KT and a bunch of XP. Gold lead's still close though, right? It's still Dragon advantage for D+. Perfect looking.
Needlework coming on through there as now Perfect could be in trouble. He boops back Lucid. There's the gobble. As Peter trying to keep his Jace alive, he gets a big old shield as BDD's teleported in. Lucid so incredibly low, but he flashes away. Cuz gets after him, but he leaves the rest of his team. And BDD, my god, the Arcane Storm damage is revolting. Doctor, I'm not sure what he's doing there, but he finds the Peacemaker, takes down the center, and Beryl didn't quite have the damage. Eventually, the Caitlyn goes down, but it's only she left alive, and he doesn't have a lot of mana, and there is a big old Jarvan to take him out. Throws down a flag, knocks him up, takes him down, and there is the ace for KT. They have their eyes on the Legend group.
And BDD is just a raid boss in this situation. Peter getting so much value from the gobble here. Looks like Perfect's overextended, but he's saved for so long by the gobble. Repositioned over here. BDD shreds Showmaker, who goes for the ult. Manages to finish off the Jace, but the Arcane Storm does so much damage. Kills Showmaker. Ends up doing a ton of damage to Aiming here as well. Docdam 1v2 against Beryl and Aiming here. Does end up going down to the Nautilus, but BDD's there with a cleanup, and Cuz is able to finish off Shiwu. It feels so scattered. D+ feels so desperate to kill these targets, but it just takes too long.
Yeah.
And BDD is basically untouched the whole time it's going down.
And I don't know how, but Peter used 98% of his health bar and then walked into a brush and lived. Shiu just...
He kept hitting Qs.
Yeah, he couldn't face check.
He just kept hitting Qs, and it restores missing health. And it's like, it's one of these things with Tahm Kench where, like, you don't expect it, but you just hit a Q, you get a bit of health back, and he lives longer than you think. Yeah, I feel like Peter's mastery in this champion has just been kind of crazy so far this game.
He's looked fantastic on this pick. And we saw, it was only a few days ago, where Nongshim Peter came back to co-stream that match, where KT were delivered their opportunity to get into the Legend group without a game win from Nongshim. That wouldn't have been possible. And he was pretty enthusiastic about that particular series. He could have been just delivered straight in if it was a victory for Nongshim, but wasn't to be the case. As KT now looking for this mid lane, and they are in such a good position, I say with trepidation, ladies and gentlemen, obviously. This outer turret will be taken down. 18 seconds on the Drake. They will be able to even things out there, and this inner turret, DK, what are we going to be able to do about it? That's the question. They have Paranoia, they have Tibbers, flashes up for Showmaker as well.
The thing is, you know, BDD now has a Seeker's Arm Guard. You look at the summoner spells, BDD and Docdam both have no flashes, but they're coming up soon. And you still have that gobble on Peter. The windows are tight, Dragon is up. I feel like you need to make an engage soon. Do I think they win the fight? It's tough. I don't think it's an easy fight to win, but you have to go, or the game's just going to slip away.
Yep. And especially into Fog of War, man, this is so hard. Beryl has to face check. Shiu on a decent angle here as the Gravity Well is on cooldown now. Showmaker goes in. They look for the Jarvan, but they don't find him. The gobble is just too good. Beryl is down incredibly low. Cuz is in the backline now, and Perfect is going to join him. They trade 1-for-1 on the junglers, but Docdam, he's also dead. Perfect is so low. He's running as fast as he possibly can as the Annie is going to fall to the chase somehow as Perfect was running away. Aiming and Shiu, the last man standing, and Perfect and BDD are on the other side, but it's KT that get the dragon.
KT able to pick that one up, and scrappy fight again, but it's so hard to find these engages. Trying to look for the victor, the gobble comes in, and then ends up being scrappy in the aftermath. The fight's very split, but you see how they peel back to save the Caitlyn. It does mean some of the members end up going down in the rest of the fight, but they just don't have the gold, they don't have the momentum really to find favor in these fights, and so many low health bars, people escaping only just feels so frustrating.
Yeah.
For D+.
Perfect getting out there is just, that's highway robbery because he's got so much money on him, right? Like it's 600 gold if she is able to kill him, but he just wasn't able to extend that far into the darkness. And KT now double the kills of DK at this point in time, even on Drakes. So that is certainly good news. DK not worried about Soul Point or anything like that right now, but as you can see in the damage dealt, BDD and Perfect having a great game thus far. Aiming doing his very best to try and keep DK in it. He's got 3 items. They're pretty good ones as well. But still, this is going to be an uphill battle here for D plus Kia. Maybe a paranoia onto BDD is going to be helping out as Peter going to join in. The fear is going to connect, but BDD, it's so hard to get through him. The Arcane Storm goes down and Lucid will just get cataclysmed and taken out of the fight. The Gobble comes through yet again as BDD with that big shield now to return to this fight. Gravity Field making things difficult as Doctom this time is feeling a whole lot better, but the slows from the center are working. And there's Shiu able to cut down one. Can he get more? That's the question. Melee range with Doctom as he flashes away. Cuz now in so much trouble. BDD is on 1 health as Shiu's not going to get hit by that ace in the hole. The Dawning Shadow is going backwards, and Perfect is just thinking that maybe he'll win the game.
Yeah, we see Aiming using the Dawning Shadow to keep himself alive from the burn. It's a fight 1 for D+, but it's a 4v5. Base getting threatened. They're going to turn this into a Baron. They have to. They have to make this play happen. And D+ keeping this game alive.
These health bars are pretty low. Aiming, of course, has a blue buff, has the Piercing Darkness.
Oh wait,
help keep him alive.
Okay, Lucid's full HP. He's coming over with Smite.
Oh, these health bars are so low. Okay,
One of the TP.
The rest of DK, though, are basically dead. Oh, God, this is not what you want to see is the paranoia just to try and lock this one down. They move forward, and that is the smite for Lucid. That was way too close, DK.
And now the game is 1,000 gold between them once again, as you expect.
This is the game 3 that we wanted to see. As KT moved to a little bit more of a lead, 2,000 to the tune of as that inner turret goes down. Let's have a look at this one more time, as it looked like KT's response was exactly what they needed to do here, but the collapse from DK was too good.
They knew that there was no TP on the Jace, so this looks chaotic, and yes, Lucid goes in very early, but he needs to keep them accountable. And BDD, they keep him alive for so long. He's so hard to kill with the Gobble, he has Flash, he has a Seeker's Arm Guard, but eventually, over time, they're just doing enough damage, getting enough rotations of cooldowns. Doctam isn't getting enough damage down, and BDD's health is getting whittled down. Aiming, getting some damage in, getting some autos through. Doctam has to retreat. I think Aiming ideally would have ulted Doctam, but he was just ulting in a panic to try and keep his health up.
Just had to ult, as the anchor is going to go wide as we come back to live. The Dragon going to be up in 1 minute's time. Aiming, just looking to get rid of this outer turret towards the bottom side of the map. It's going to make this gold pretty much identical.
Aiming has 89 stacks. He's got a pretty solid amount of stacks. He's got IE. He's got good items right now on this center. He is strong.
He's going for 4th item Black Cleaver as well, which is kind of crazy. As Shiu going to look for a little bit of free damage onto Perfect here, as KT felt like they had an angle. But Shiu with the needlework, keeping himself alive, able to get over here, as the rest of KT now going to back away towards this Drake. Soul point for either team. They're able to lock this one down. And this game, ladies and gentlemen, is basically even. Even based on the team's scaling options that they have as well, right? It's Senna versus Victor. Like, both of these teams scale pretty well into the later stages, but I feel like this Gwen is getting more and more difficult for KT to deal with. They haven't dealt with this full wave just yet. The Baron is still there for another minute.
I think as well, just look at Doctam's items, and just, like, what are your feelings when you look at those?
Sad.
Yeah, you don't look at those and think, man, I'm intimidated, right? And then you look at Aimings and you're like, oh boy, right? And I just think that's the issue right now, is that this Caitlyn is very underwhelming.
Yeah.
And I think leveraging Aiming is how D+ are going to win this game, and they're actually ahead in gold now. Finally, just able to crest above. They do give over the Dragon to KT. Not good, not great. Giving that one over.
And it's D+. Inhibitor traded for Inhibitors, because he's going to have to be the one that face checks this. That is a lot of value for the Shock Blast. As it gets DK out of the area. May as well fish for it. As KT now out onto the map once again. Their Inhibitor is going to be down for a bit longer than that of DK's. It's going to be respawning relatively soon.
But they're looking for Showmaker.
He does get towards his inner turret, though. It should be all right. And Shiu going to be pushing out the wave in bot lane. So it's 1 minute 24 until the bot inhib does respawn. 4 minutes until that middle one does come back up. But mid inhibitors aren't necessarily the most valuable. Everyone tends to park in mid anyway.
Yeah, I will say, though,
jostling for position, is Peter going to be able to get himself out here.
She was enjoying this kind of free farm lane in the bot, right?
Yeah.
Just picking up waves here and getting really strong. Already, he's level 17, which is only tied by BDD. But he's kind of just farming up a storm here, having a comfortable time.
And the Gwen, even in the last fight, we were wondering what the heck they were going to do about him. And it turns out just lose the fight was the response. And maybe that is going to be the difference maker. Maybe it's all about Shu, this young player for DK. Maybe he is going to be the one that's going to be able to get them towards the Legend group.
Oh, there's Aiming's Black Lever.
Yeah, it's 4 items. That is a
100
very
souls as
scary
well.
boy.
He's just hit.
And Doctom's still on 3 items. It's Mortal Reminder third as well, so not able to go for that third item. Infinity Edge felt like it was too late in the game. Needed armor penetration to stay relevant. And a 2,000 gold lead for the Senna. It's not something we're used to seeing. We're used to the jokes in Twitch chat, you know. That's not this Senna. She's just an AD carry. As Cuz looking for a little bit of a window here. Feels like he may have caught Beryl and throws down the Cataclysm. It's a hard commit to this play as the Gobble does come through, and there is Lucid delivered into the back line. And the flag and track gets Cuz to safety. BDD now having to deal with Shiu. He goes golden, but I don't think he has anywhere to go. Beryl is traded for the Victor. And DK will take that any day of the week.
That's not a good trade. I can say that for sure. No objective up right now to take, but you lose the flash on BDD. It does not feel good. We're going to see D+ push in this wave, rotate up towards the top. Maybe look to take down this tier 2. So much committed from KT there just to try and take out Beryl. And honestly, they were lucky not to lose more in that situation.
Oh, yeah. Cuz trying to build tanky now, as we can see with that Spectre's Cowl, but look at this. BDD just gets closed in on it. This is what we were scared of. Like, what are you supposed to do about this Gwen?
Yeah, and it was just such a weird play. It just felt like they were thinking they could burst him down way quicker, and then Shiwu steps up, BDD's a little out of position, and their safety net's already gone. You know, once the Gobble's unavailable, the stasis doesn't even save him. Cuz nearly goes down too. Things starting to feel volatile right now in this game.
Absolutely. Doctom finally has a BF sword, so getting one step closer towards doing relevant damage. Of course, 4 items feels really nice for a Caitlyn, but he's pretty behind the curve.
I think we saw earlier like how much impact BDD was having in these, what's it called? How much impact BDD was having in these fights.
Yep.
And I think D+ have just said,
ow. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure it's about the top laners.
Yeah.
Maybe that's because Opportunity was just completed before, and I was like, oh yeah, what's that going to do? That what we just saw. That's
yeah,
what it's
that's a lot of damage. Well, I was going to say BDD was having a lot of impact in this fight, and D+ are like, let's focus him down, not let him do that. But Perfect is also very relevant and an issue, so got to worry about him. The difference between those shot blasts hitting a frontliner and hitting Aiming.
Oh, Anchor gonna find Cuz here. He's not exactly an optimal target, and now Beryl in a lot of trouble. The Dawning Shadow flying forward, and DK looking to try and turn this into a fight, but the Nocturne's already dead. Shiu's done his job though. He's taken down Doctom as Beryl is just fighting Cuz in the backline. Peter finds BDD and keeps him alive. Perfect! Dives in on top, and KT have found the team fight off the back of Cuz, and a triple kill.
The death time is so long, I think they can just end.
Oh my goodness, if this is the end of this game, that would be absurd as KT march down the mid lane. Looking to take this, they're at least going to be taking 2 inhibitors off this play. The Baron's up, it's Infernal Soul on the table as well, but KT are just going to look to end it right here, right now. Look to put themselves into the Legend group and get side selection in their matchup against DK on this Saturday in the road to MSI, and that's exactly what they're going to do. KT, they're your Legends today.
So hard fought. I feel like this team, there were so many doubts earlier in this season. They had to fight so hard, had a massive win streak, even to get to the point where they had a chance to make it into the Legend group. And on the final day, after the final day, in the tiebreaker day, they managed to come through. They managed to find this opportunity and get into the Legend group, taking down D+. What a huge achievement, and every single player had to come through clutch.
Yeah. That was absolutely extraordinary, and I think that we were having this discussion. We were worried about BDD being out of position, Doctom not positioning that well, but it was that guy right there that turned it around at the very end. The amount of damage this full lethality Jace is doing, and then Cuz just finding him in the back of the team fight, just destroying the carries on this job, and that we haven't seen for so long. That's a very happy BDD. And do you know what, Ox? Do you know what I keep thinking of? I keep thinking of your warm colors in the Legend group thing.
Oh, it came together.
It absolutely did. As Peter, my boy.
I love Peter so much, man. He
Me
brings
too.
so much joy.
And on the other side of it, there's some DK fans that are not necessarily as happy. But one of these teams had to lose, and honestly, it was hard to envisage the Legend group without either of these teams.
I think that's the hard thing, is that if today had been a blowout, I think it just would have been like, well, they didn't deserve it. But I think D+ showed today that it didn't take much. It wouldn't have taken much for them to have made the Legend group, and they would have,
Oh my God.
they would have been fine to be in there, you know? And
Yep.
at the end of the day, it came down to some clutch moments from KT that earned them that spot. And I think it's very clear that D+ are going to be the top team in the Rise group.
That just says hot, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the hot colors
Yeah,
in the Legend group.
that's what I'm talking
They know.
about.
They're a Noah.
It was written in a red pen. It can't be anything otherwise.
Yeah.
As, like, the start of this game went so well for KT, but the fact that DK brought it back around, the fact that Shiu was hitting that critical mass, aiming with so many stacks, like, DK, there were some angles, absolutely. KT managed to come out clutch in the end.
I think really what this series says as well is that, you know, these teams are going to rematch in the road to MSI in the first round. It's not clear cut.
Oh, it's
You know,
5 games.
Despite the fact that KT won today and have earned their spot in the Legend group 100% deserved, it is not clear cut that they're going to win the upcoming best of 5.
Do you know what's still possible, Orcs? And this is a really fun thing.
Yep.
DK could beat KT on Saturday, go and win MSI, and then come back to the Rise group.
Yep. You know what we like to call that? The funniest timeline.
And the funniest timeline. Oh my goodness. Sometimes these things are possible when
And
they
you know
really
what?
feel like they shouldn't be.
You know what the D+ fans would say to that?
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, it sounds like a Wednesday. And it is, as it turns out. Didn't even really mean that. As this chaotic fight was where we started to think that DK had an angle. Shiu starting to free hit, starting to find these angles. And aiming comically, throwing an ultimate backwards, but shielding up his team, keeping himself alive as this was that last fight. And DK, they felt like they found the angle, but they just couldn't quite get there as Shiu dives in, gets his target, then walks away. Gravity field, such high value.
Yeah. And then Perfect just obliterates aiming.
Oh my God.
Honestly, I want to give a lot of credit to Perfect. I think he had such a good day today. Not just, I mean, the Jace game, he got a lot of gold, and he obviously did a lot of damage with it. But the Rumble game as well, his equalizers.
But the Sion game was really a bit of a stinker. You know,
Yeah.
Sion was the big pick. But I actually think that that makes it even more impressive because Perfect turned it around. He has been a guy that's reacted emotionally to losses in the past. Definitely not here today. And that's back-to-back brilliant performances here against Shiu, who is an incredible top laner in his own right. KT well-deserved with this victory here today. And I don't know whether I was even expecting to say it, whether I knew that it was going to be this level of nail-biter with stomp into such a close game for everything. As Score is, yeah, he's used to this feeling. He's been on KT himself for many years.
And you know what? The roller coaster just keeps going up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it had to come down a little bit and then heads straight back up again. As you can see here, yeah, Perfect does so much damage. Look at that heart monitor of a gold graph as well.
It's just a little rickety, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it adds character.
Yeah, it's kind of like Luna Park in Sydney, whereas some of those the roller coasters probably just shouldn't be there anymore. As well, we've got a little bit of a surprise. Cuz is going to be on the space as well. So we're going to hear from him. Very fun. And we'll get a bit of a look into where the meteoric rise of this guy has come in round 2, because round 1 wasn't exactly fantastic here for KT. Remember, they needed to win so many games in order to be in this position. As Perfect, I think pretty obviously picks up player of the match for this one.
Yeah, you know, it was who my vote went to. I think it was a pretty fair one. I think the Jace play he was on really just had an amazing game, but also just the Rumble. I think the Rumble, the equalizers.
Oh, yeah.
It's so much damage. There were so many fights where I just think he was just nailing his equalizers and it was defined by that.
Yep, looked incredibly good. As you can see there, Cuz will be joining the space to go over exactly what KT's plans are for the road to MSI and being legends. Maybe the warm colors question could be asked as well, because that would be very, very cool. But the best part is now we get to have a conversation with Perfect about, because remember, he spent some time in Challenger casting, came up, and Perfect got to think about what had happened, what was going wrong for KT. And since he came back, honestly, it's been nothing but up for this roller coaster, which a lot of KT fans are very nervous about, but right now, trajectory is good. So let's have a look at the interview here, throw it over to Perfect.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation, joined by Perfect on the side of KT Rolster. Congratulations!
와, 오늘 정말 엄청난 경기를 보여주셨습니다. 결국
Wow, what an impressive performance.
소감 먼저 들려주세요.
And you secured the Legend group, so how does it feel? I'm just relieved that we won. There are moments where we were lacking, so I definitely need to work on that, and we will fix it. Wow. So you already are thinking about room for improvement. Well, as for today, Legend or Rise, your fate was on the line today, so what mindset did you prepare with? I just knew that as long as we play and do our best, as much as we did in practice, that we would be able to win. And in game 1, you quickly took Sion, a top-performing pick. But the enemy responded with Poppy and Kaisa Nico bot, and Nico managed to impose some threats, so what do you regret the most in the game? I feel like there were several moments where I could have been more proactive, but not being able to pull off those proactive plays was what I regret about the most. And following game 1, you quickly blind picked Rumble, so what made you prioritize this pick so much? I feel like Rumble is just a really well-rounded champion, and Equalizer is super useful in team fights, and he is actually able to withstand some dives. And in game 3, KT went for J4 and Tom Kench, so how did you end up with these uncommon picks? Honestly, I didn't really pay attention to these picks, but I think I just played around all these confident picks that my teammates were able to really appeal. And with KT's top invade first blood, you had a great start, so who called for this invade? No, I think Peter was the one who actually called it for first, and then everyone was able to follow up to that. And we knew Jace was good, but you had an insane damage output, and you had such an impressive moment in team fights. So how was your Jace able to scale so strongly? I was able to start with that first kill, and I think I was able to snowball. And even while playing, I knew that this could snowball really good. And the moment I got the double kill in mid, I think I just knew that this game would be great. So this was the moment you knew that the game was won, right? Yes. In game 3 surely made everyone's hands sweaty. Oh, it says this fan is going to the army, so KT needs to head over to Legend Group instead. Today's match had such nerve-wracking moments. So how did it feel? Honestly, I didn't feel it as much in-game, but after the game, my hands were just so sweaty and so shaky. And even now, I am so nervous. And this upcoming Saturday, in the Road to MSI Round 1 match, you will play against DK again. So how do you want to play in that match? Yeah, our roller coaster is on an upward trajectory, and I want to keep up this momentum and get a clean 3-0 sweep. The KT roller coaster is going up indeed. And today we saw fans that are crying after the match. So would you like to say anything to your fans? You know, we had such ups and downs, so many things happening, and you know, I want to repay all your support, and we want to put in our every utmost effort, and we will keep on trying our best. And please give it up to Perfect once again, and that's the end of the interview with Perfect. Back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya, as it is perfect, encapsulating the feelings of that series. We laughed, we cried, we learned about ourselves, we made some memories, and they made the Legends group.
Yeah, we at many times in this game were like, oh, that's it, it's over. D+ has no chance. Oh, no, KT messed this up, it's over, there's no chance. Oh, it's 100% done, D+ is back in. Oh, wait, hold on, KT might actually have a chance. It was a great game 3.
I don't know what's happening, but I thought DK had the better draft, but I guess KT had the better execution-wise.
Yeah, they definitely did. Let's, as you can see, Wolf is here with me because we will have Cuz joining us here on the space. So get those Cuz's ready for his interview as we take a look at the POM votes. Had to get that extra one for the tiebreaker. Does go to Perfect, and it's a 10 out of 13. Shoutouts to Peter for media and cast, and Soup going with BDD. I think all these are pretty good.
I was 100% on the Peter train until that last team fight, and you know, aiming steps a little bit too far forward, and Perfect executes him after having an amazing Rumble game, decent Scion game. That made me pivot my vote instantly.
Yeah, I mean, same for me. That last team fight made me to like choose him for POM. Definitely, that was the game changer after that team fight.
All right, let's take a look at those comments. I guess we're starting with you, what did?
All right.
I guess we're gonna go with Wolf.
My man Perfect has finally mastered the clutch. I feel like this guy has had some great laning phases. He's had a few solid team fights. He does well from ahead, but sometimes isn't able to actually clutch those big moments like he did in that last fight. And I was really impressed to see the growth of this player over the last few seasons.
Yeah, as soon as the Gwen got slammed, we're like, Jace, I don't know. I mean, that is the answer, but will he be able to pilot it? He was able to do so with great effectiveness. All right, let's see what you have here. What did?
Yeah, I mean, the reason why the last team fight was so impactful is that because they were actually struggling to find out the way how to win the game because they had the Tahm Kench, but they have the Jarvan at the same time, so they cannot really go side because they have the Nocturne on the opposite side. So, I mean, they were just grouping like for the hopes, you know. And then the hope was Jace. Perfect played the insane team fight in the last team fight. So I feel like that was again the game changer from KT.
Yeah, the main character from Arcane was the main character in our tiebreaker game number 3. And then our final comment here is from Ox. Your equalizers belong in the hot tone group.
Yeah, this is a bit of a meme about the color of the teams. So most of the teams on the Legend group have the hot, warmer colors, and the groups on the teams on the Rise group are a little bit cooler toned.
Also,
I gotta look around and see that.
I mean, that's actually true.
I just wanted to shout out, like, we didn't plan this. I'm not sure if we can get a camera on the wall here. This has been the setup since the beginning of the year, and that is
that's the Legend group, right? Oh my God,
that's crazy.
That is actually insane.
Yeah, we just figured that one out. All right, well, without further ado, it's time to welcome our special guest joining us after the victory, being put into the Legend group. It is KT Cuz joining us. 안녕하세요, KT Cuz.
안녕하세요.
All right, claps in the chat for Cuz, everyone. Congratulations on the huge win. It went all 3 games. Was that expected? And how did the win feel?
오늘 타이브레이커 3경기까지 가는 접전 끝에 승리하셨습니다. 좀 예상했던 결과였나요? 좀 오늘 기분은 좀 어떠신가요?
일단 오늘 좀 컨디션이 좋아가지고 뭐 2대 0으로 좀 이길 수 있지 않을까라는 좀 생각이랑 마음가짐을 하고 왔는데 역시 그래도 이제 DK가 확실히 이제 저희랑 같은 동점인 이유가 있는 만큼 좀 확실히 잘하더라고요. 그래서 좀 힘들게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
So personally, I was feeling great about today. So I felt like we could win 2-0 cleanly, but I guess DK they have almost same record as us. So I feel like they showed the reason why they are having a same record as us. So it was a bit harder than expected, but yeah.
So you're in the Legend group now. How important is it to you to be in the Legend group, and what does being in the Legend group mean for you and for KT Rolster?
이제 레전드 그룹에 속하게 되셨는데요. 레전드 그룹에 속한다는 것이 좀 어떤 의미를 가지는지 설명해 주실 수 있나요?
일단 레전드 그룹에 속하면은 뭐 저희는 쉽게 생각해서 그냥 라이즈 그룹 1등 하는 것보다 레전드 그룹 5등 하는 게 더 좋을 만큼 레전드 그룹이 좋다고 생각했습니다.
좀 어드밴티지가 확실히 있다고 생각하셔서.
네, 어드밴티지가 확실하다고 생각했습니다.
Okay, so I feel like it's clear that the Legend Group having a huge advantage over Rise Group. So I feel like being first place Rise Group is worse than the being fifth place in the Legend Group. So I feel like I prefer being a Legend Group. So it means a lot to us.
Also, just shout outs real quick, everyone, for Wadid. Get some thank you, Wadid's ayayas in the chat for the on the spot translations. All right, Wolf. Question
So
three.
we wanted to ask a question collectively here about the current meta. So in the past, when teams would initiate a lane swap, the other team would almost always follow and mirror them. So for example, one team goes top, the other team follows to go top. But these days, we're seeing that the team that starts the dragon cycle early, the team that prioritizes the dragon and stacks dragons early, gets a bigger advantage. What are your thoughts on that in the current meta?
네, 지금 메타에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은 게 라인 수업을 거면은 예전에는 좀 무조건 매칭을 했었잖아요. 근데 요즘은 좀 용 사이클을 일찍 돌리는 팀이 용 스택을 좀 일찍 쌓아서 더 유리한 것 같아요. 실제로도 이제 라인 수업을 많이 안 따라가고 좀 용 사이클을 돌리는 게 많이 보이는데 본인은 좀 이런 상황 메타에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 예전에는 좀 라인전이 불리해도 라인 스왑을 하면은 서로 이제 교환을 해서 최소한의 손해를 볼 수 있었다면은 이제는 좀 확실히 이제 교환각이나 뭐 대각선 이득 보는 게 확실히 줄어들었고, 그리고 이제 아무래도 라인 스왑도 줄어들고 그 이점이 줄어들었다 보니까 좀 정글이 컨트롤할 수 있는 게 많아진 것 같아요.
So back in the day, I think you could trade a lot on the opposite side. So whenever you have the weaker laning phase on the bot side, you should just lane swap and trade your Drake for grubs. So you can actually trade something for it, but I feel like you cannot do it anymore on the opposite side. So I don't think lane swap benefits more in this kind of meta. So I feel like the jungler can do something more about the objective in this meta. So yeah, that's how I feel.
Well, speaking about the jungler in this meta, cuz meta was a term coined by Peanut a couple of weeks back. Why do you think the meta fits you so well?
이제 몇 주 전에 피넛 선수가 지금 메타는 커즈 메타다 이런 식으로 좀 언급을 하셨는데 왜 지금 메타가 본인에게 좀 잘 맞는 것 같나요?
일단은 좀 더 제 메타가 됐다고 생각하는 게 아무래도 원래는 이제 아까 말했듯이 초반에 유충이랑 용을 교환하면서 좀 사이드가 자신 있는 팀이면은 유충을 먹으면서 확실히 굴린다를 할 수 있는데 이제는 그런 게 없어졌다 보니까 그냥 뭐 사이드가 잘 안 되는 팀이더라도 그냥 이제 용이랑 유충을 본대 싸움을 좀 더 신경 쓸 수 있어서 좋은 것 같습니다.
So as I mentioned, you cannot trade grubs for side. So I feel like it's more straightforward. You only think about the team fight. You don't need to go for side. Whenever you have weaker side, it doesn't matter. You can always go for the objective. So that's how I feel. It benefits me.
Okay, that's pretty cool to hear because I think we could definitely see that in your play for sure. So today's match was really important, obviously Legend versus Rise, but you're going to have the same matchup this weekend as well, so it feels like a bit of a preview. Did you learn something in this best of 3 against D+ today that'll prepare you for your next matchup?
오늘 정말 중요한 매치업이었는데 어쨌든 이 매치업을 주말에 다시 한번 더 하게 됐어요. 그래서 오늘 경기를 통해서 좀 상대방에 대한 힌트를 좀 얻으신 게 있나요?
네, 일단 좀 첫 세트 때 확실히 많이 잘 안 됐던 것 같아가지고 좀 긴가민가하면서 첫 세트를 준비했었는데 다음에는 이제 뭐 말을 할 수는 없지만 어떻게 준비할지 더 확실해진 것 같고 좀 더 잘 대처할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
So in the first game, we didn't do something that well. I cannot say what we did miss in that first game, but I feel like we're gonna fix that issue in the weekend, and then we're gonna get better for this weekend matchup.
All right. Well, cuz you are one of the longest standing players in the LCK, one of the most famous ones across global, do you have any final words for your English-speaking fans?
마지막으로 이 방송을 보고 있는 글로벌 팬분들에게 한마디 해주신다면 뭐 짧은 영어도 좋고요.
거즈.
Yes! Yes!
Yes!
We got him to do it, chat. We got him to do it. Everyone, cuz everybody, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. 감사합니다. All right, and with that, let's take a look at the standings here as it is now solidified. KT in 5th with D+ in 6th, down in the Legends group. Oh, that's right. We had the Week 9 predictions plus the tiebreaker prediction result. It was Ox, Wolf.
I got saved by KT with a bonus. I did mess. I thought I was very confident about T1 versus Hanwha. I was wrong about that. I was very confident about Nongshim against D+. I was wrong about that, but I got 7 out of 11 in the end. Thanks to KT, I didn't get excited for even one moment.
Someone told me, they're like, you said the E word. I was like, what?
Oh, wow. Now I'm tied with
Look
Cody?
who's not last place anymore. See you down there. I can see you from up here. I can see you from up here. But honestly, I'm only 6 away from Chronicler, and we did, as a whole, better than the Korean side this 2 rounds, so I'm feeling good.
Smaller,
It's cold. It's a little cold down here, yeah.
Prepare for it again.
Me and my boy Cronny. We fell for it.
Yeah.
I thought we were there. I thought we were turning a corner and being writers out of just tragedy.
He just pieced out because he won the Preds. He was like, see you later, Deacon.
Yeah,
I can't be
he
seen
pieced
with you.
out because he was like, I don't want to be down here in the Wolf Pit. Well, you know who's not down the Wolf Pit? This week's Uribank Gold King, the player that earned the highest average gold across their matches. Let's see who it is for this week. For week number 9, the final week of the round 2, I believe. And it was Lazy Phil getting it for DRX.
Wait, is it? Oh my god, it feels so great, man. I'm glad that he's actually getting something here.
He did, in fact, have an insane week.
Oh,
I think we can all agree with that, even if we didn't all agree on the POM votes earlier this week. I think we can all agree that he had an amazing performance, and he is very quickly becoming one of the new AD carry contenders for being a top player up there with Diablo. Diablo also a guy who is getting a lot of attention right now. Some of these young AD carries really shining like Pays has before them. So hyped to see it.
Yeah, again, like the reason why Lazy Phil looks so good is because of his communication skill as well. Like he's actually actively shot calling for his team whenever he feels comfortable in the team fight. He's calling out the targets for himself, so it feels so great.
There it is. The Uribank Silver Coin getting it this week for the first time. It is Lazy Feel. If you want to win a Polaroid of Lazy Feel or the Polaroid of the next Uribank Gold King, go download the app, make your prediction. If you're right, you'll have the opportunity to win a signed Polaroid from that week's Gold King. So congratulations there to Lazy Feel. A huge one there. Man.
It shined even brighter for him.
Yeah?
It was glowing. It was. I'm looking at it right now. Okay, it stopped glowing, but it's because Lazy feels he's over it. He's ready to get it next week.
Yeah. Huge day of action as we close it on out. It is now official. Let's put the sticker in there. Legend Group for KT, Rise Group for D+, and the rest of the Rise Group team saying, welcome.
Well,
PNK, FearX, Bro, DRX, DNF saying, hey, look, we've got a winning record in our group.
But you know what? Also, just look at the color-wise, you know, it's so perfect. It's just lined up perfectly, you know. It starts with the yellow with Genji, and it gets red, and going to the blue one, you know, like it's just
I want to
perfect.
see somebody make an LCK rainbow, like starting with Genji to DNF, like what that would look like.
Yeah.
And we have our bracket road to MSI locked as well. KTD+ we mentioned earlier playing against each other. The winner of that matchup plays against Nongshim in our gauntlet. The winner of round 2, of course, ultimately face off against the winner of whoever drops down to the matchup against T1. So that's very exciting to see.
Yeah, I just love the fact that today's matches were just an appetizer. I mean, we followed the script to a T, the 3-game script to a T, but what is a 5-game series script for DK? I have no idea.
Yeah, so for today, I think both teams had the weaker point. I think DK having no preferable on the mid lane meta picks had some issue for their game 2 for sure. And also, I feel like KT had some same issue as well. Not having a bot priority made the issue for them. So I feel like BO5 is gonna get worse we can actually expect some unique pick as well.
I definitely think it's going to look pretty different. I do favor D+'s champion pools going into a Fearless best of 5, but I also feel like some of their fundamental issues in this series are a little bit tougher to fix than those we saw from KT in draft, and perhaps some of the nerves that we saw from KT in that final game. But there it is, man. The Legend group.
I mean, we kind of knew, but also, like, I don't know. Like, that's been there all season.
It has not been moved, by the way.
So who made this stage is the best prediction.
Yes.
Right?
LCK scripted?
Is LCK scripted?
Wait a minute.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
But I think a good way to find out.
No.
No, is the designer. The designer.
Oh, the designer.
Yeah,
He knows
designer.
everything.
Confirmed LCK is not scripted.
We need to find who that designer is because I need some help with my predictions to get out of the whole pit. Maybe it's voting a little bit less of one of those teams, but definitely not the one in the middle, center, top.
One that you vote for a lot?
I am a bro forever.
I'm not sure if I should feel good that like I beat only you after you tossed so many reds to bro.
But it's fine. Like you are better than most of the KR side, right? So we
Technically,
are actually
yes.
good. You know, we are actually good on predictions. Our global desk, we're on point.
Yeah. Even you, Digon.
Yeah, even me.
I think you're tied with Pony. I'm not sure after
I'm
today.
tied with Pony?
Yeah.
Isn't Pony last?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay.
Definitely we are better.
Okay. All right. Well, oh, Pony might be first in KR, I'm told?
So you're gonna be the first on the KR side? Oh my god. You're actually fine.
Love it. All right. Well, we're going to have to call it a day there and start thinking about our predictions for this weekend's matchup. Make sure that you're here for it. KT versus D+. You don't want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. Congratulations to KT for making it into the Legends group, and we'll see you Saturday for more LCK action. See ya.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.